Why not? Oh, I was hitting Windows tab. That's why. Okay, makes more sense. And then I gotta make it so I can see everything. I am mid lane, so my mid lanes have been removed. Viper, all my mids are banned. Yikes. Do this. We shall do this. This. Okay. Why do I keep hitting Windows? I can't fucking move that. Really? Oh, yikes. Alright, well, I can't move that, but I can move this. Oh, what the fuck? Can I pop this out? I cannot, but I can kind of sort of pop that over. Yeah, I can't really do that. Can I do this? This integrate? Yeah, it might only do Twitch. Well, we'll see. Yep. This one's live, okay. So I can try to pop chat out. Do it this way. Come on, thank you. I did not want to update. Here we go. I got it figured out. I got it figured out. Talking. If we get, yeah, we can. Yeah. Yep. That's all right. That's all right. PA is doing PA shit. I'm just trying to pay attention to stuff, I guess. It's gonna be really hard because my shit's not set up great. Oh, sure is. Do. Ah, fuck me. Do. Oh, I think that motherfucker got a regen rune. Fucking piece of shit, dude. I gotta switch off what I'm doing because it's just not gonna be a thing. There it is. There it is. Start rotating, I guess. Oh, you didn't want to go walk at him with me TPing, or no? Tight. Yo, what the fuck are you doing, dude? That shit's wild, bro. Dive him. Yeah, they're all top. You can take bottom. Yep. Yeah, we cost 2 fucking TPs, guy. Like, did you just say I was last pick? You talking to me? Okay. You report me, that's fine. I don't give a shit, dude. Fuck me, dude. For fucking forever have shit. This game's rough. That's alright. So it's just me hanging out. Do. Oh. I'm just poking. Do. Do. Good ice blast. Do. Do. Um, I'm just hanging out. If anybody wants to talk, I'm here. Anybody ends up wanting to talk, I am here. I don't really have much to talk about. It should be like fucking doing something. I don't fucking know. What's going on, Mag? How you doing, buddy? How's life? I figured I would like stream and hang out. Ate some mango? Hell yeah. Mango be good. I'm doing good, just kind of tired. Yeah, just kind of chilling. I'm in like a pretty good mood. So, just kind of hanging out. What have you been up to, bud? Do you got a date for your driver's test next month? Fuck yeah, dude. That's good stuff. That's got to feel good having, like, forward progress. Been pretty happy about that. Yeah, why would you not? It'd be weird if you weren't. That's awesome, dude. Need the trailer, then I'm done? Hell yeah. That's fucking awesome, dude. Oh, hydrate? I don't even think I have water, dude. I'm gonna have to, in a second, I'm in the middle of playing a game. I'm gonna have to run and get a thing of water. For sure. Single truck and with trailer, 2 different tests. Damn. I'm kind of playing a game of Dota. I didn't really anticipate anybody showing up, so I just threw a game on. But that's okay. When it ends, I'll convert to something I don't have to pay attention to. So we will see. No, we're not winning. It's a big fucking dumpstering. So it's basically over. So it is what it is, dude. Uh, it's whatever. Geno Lagana, I hope things are going well with you. Thank you very much. It happens. So I don't need to win every game, you know what I mean? So it happens. And I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Gino? I'm just gonna go Gino. Yeah, it's all good. Oh, thank you very much, Gina. I appreciate you. Or Gina, whichever it is. Yeah, so it's just one of those things. I hope you have a good one, though. So what else you been up to? You been playing any good games or anything lately? Mr. Mag? I figured I'd just sit here and like do the normal. like what I used to do, just sit here with the open thing, and like if anybody wants to bullshit or talk about whatever, I can like Google shit, whatever. You know, been struggling with finding any. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Well, that sucks. Hopefully, you'll find a decent enough game soon. Hopefully. Good old 64 emote. I appreciate the sub. Hey, why don't you have a sub badge? That's weird. It's very weird that you don't have a sub badge. It's awfully suspect. Big fucking oof, dude. Oh, it didn't auto renew? That's lame. It's all good, Mr. Mag. Oh, you don't have to worry about renewing it, buddy. That's not... I'm not worried about it, man. How are the diesel prices over there? I'm not entirely sure. To be 100% with you, I do not know. I don't really pay any attention. I know everybody here in California is complaining about the gas prices, like for sure. Like that's a for real thing. Yeah, but yeah, I don't end up being sure. I'm gonna close out of this because that game was fucking just tragic and toxic, and it was hard focusing on 100%. So we'll do it this way where I can actually see chat and stuff. I just wanted to go back to like how it used to be, where like I would sit here live and it was just me hanging out. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna have to go get some water to do that hydration thing. Do I have a water bottle? Yeah, so I'm gonna go do that. But like, yeah, I just figured just kind of hang out. You know what I mean? I think I can get rid of. I'm gonna keep it up just in case. Sometimes the chat desyncs. So, all right. I don't know if it showed the YouTube stuff. Sometimes chat desyncs, so it gets kind of like annoying. I don't know if I should put music on or something. I think it's fine if I'm just sitting here, bullshit with nothing going on. But I will be right back. I'm gonna go get that water because you put in that hydration thing, so I'm gonna at least do that, and then I'm going to switch it over to this, so I can start seeing both chats at once. That's perfect. So I'll be right back, buddy. See if I have a empty bottle somewhere in here. I'm pretty sure. I do. I will be right back. I have the water. Oh, it's dark as shit. I have the water. So what are we talking about, Mag? What's going on? What's the scoop? It's $7.49 per gallon. What's the average cost of diesel in California? $4.89. It's the average in California specifically. So about what? $3 less, something like that. So it's a little cheaper here. Little bit cheaper. Yeah, that is like crazy expensive for fuel. I thought the fucking US was bad. That's nuts. It's fucking insane, dude. Yeah, but your minimum wage is probably higher than it is here, would be my guess. Like I don't know what the minimum wage. You're in Germany, right? Norway. Oh, I'm stupid. Whoops. Whoops a daisies. What's the minimum wage in Norway? Minimum monthly salary is only whoa. So there's no actual minimum wage, but the monthly, that's like your monthly is what I make almost in 2 weeks. Yeah, that's what it said here. There's no actual minimum wage, but the average monthly salary is 1,906 US dollars. I make about 13. Actually, yeah, it's around 13 in every 2 weeks. So I make about 2,600 a month. Sometimes a little bit more if I make overtime. If I get 2 extra overtime days, I make like 4,000 a month. So like not a horrible chunk of change, you know. I thought it would have been more than that. Like a little bit more. Like minimum wage is fucking nuts here. And like not the good kind. It's fucking it doesn't match anything. Oh, so you don't get it done by foreign drivers, gotcha. Well, yeah, like that's the thing here. Everywhere has a minimum wage, but like where you're at, there's none for anything. which I find to be it's kind of interesting that there's just no minimum wage. They just trust employers to actually pay a livable wage, which is kind of nuts. It's a weird concept as an American that an employer would be like, "Oh yeah, we'll just pay them fairly," and then there's no issues. Doesn't make any sense to me, dude. Ugh. Yeah, I've been trying to think of a decent enough game as well. Like I like balloons and shit, but it's like it's kind of boring. Maybe 100%. It gets kind of boring. Well, no, you guys end up making less money per month, and it's more expensive. So like it doesn't really work out. Like comparatively, we make more and things are less expensive. What's the Norwegian currency? Norwegian currency to USD. I don't know what it's called. Oh, so one of your krone, you do krone, is equal to 10 cents here. Actually, a little less than 10 cents. Yeah, dollars, which is like wow. And then like so your goods are very expensive. Is how that pans out. Wow. I didn't realize it was that like so that's like a pretty much just a direct reflection on economy is what it is. Wild. I didn't realize like the but like Norway is still a decent place to live because I know you have really good prison structures and like you focus on reform and stuff and like generally the people there are pretty happy. So it's the looking at shit from like an American lens where like the dollar is the only thing that's important and that's not how it really works. You know what I mean? Oh shit, I didn't do a gratitude list today. I've been doing really good about keeping up on the gratitude lists. Gotta get back into that. All right, what am I gonna do for my gratitude list? Um, mm, Warm blankets? Warm blankets is good. Ooh, I was fucking feeling like vibing real hard with my fucking pillow. I was able to be there for my stepson. That's a big one. That is a big one. Like you like living there, right, Mag? It's not like a shit place to live, right? What's going on, Mr. Pubes? How are you? How you being this fine evening? It's just really cold. Yeah, speaking of, I want to get the little heater thing going on my legs. I just pretty much turn this, it's like a space heater, and I just point it at my legs, and it seems to work out fine for me. Oh, much better. Much more good. I'm hoping like Wimmy pops in and like me and him can bullshit in Discord or something. Yeah, because like I've seen pictures of Norway. Oh, we get another one. Sleep, food, naps. That's good stuff. I like seeing people's gratitude lists because it makes me think about other stuff. It's I think incredibly easy to be like, hyper negative or whatever. So like seeing other people's what they're picking to be grateful for helps the brains, I think. Well, I don't think it's pretty apparent. Like it does help you. So it's always good to see them. I don't even know what that emote is. I don't know what's happening. It's just me awkwardly sitting here. Those are some very interesting emotes, Mac. So if you're not home, where are you at now? Where are you chilling? Oh, are you at your dad's? Yeah, I think I remember you telling me you're kind of split between the two, right? Or I'm just making shit up, which is a good possibility. It's not impossible. Oh, you're gonna change stuff out? Gotcha. Cool. You're gonna change the oil and air filters. That's nice. Do you know how to do all that stuff, or is he teaching you? Teaching you? Fuck yeah, that sounds like a quality weekend. You know what I mean? That's good stuff. There's delay. There's bad delay. Fuck. That sucks. I don't know that there's too much I can really do about it. Unfortunately. How like big of a delay is it? I mean, it can't be too much. Like there's no way it's like a shitload of delay. See, I can tell. I can check real quick on my own end. And up and down. That was right at 55 minutes. It's only a 5-second delay. On my end, anyway, it's a 5-second delay. You can check YouTube also. But yeah, it's a 5-second on Twitch. That's all I'm getting off of that. I'll do the same thing on here. So, and up. It's 8 seconds on YouTube. It can't be that bad. 5 seconds is not a big delay. Neither is 8. I thought, like, when I originally was multi-stream, I was getting, like, a fucking... It ended up being, like, a 20-second delay on Twitch and, like, almost 2 minutes on YouTube. Like, it was an insane fucking amount of delay. So, both of them being under 10 seconds, I'm happy with that. I'm cool about it. Did I get any further on Stardew? No, actually, I think the last time I played it, you were here. And ended up playing much more. I kind of got, like, not burnt out. Like, I don't have the feeling of, like, oh, fuck Stardew, but I'm just, like, haven't been in the mood. I've been playing a lot of balloons. I play Dota when I'm not streaming because, as you can see, like, where I'm being focused is, like, you know, unless you want to watch me play Dota, I'll play it. I don't have, like, an aversion to playing it on stream. The big issue is how everything's set up. I can't read chat if I'm playing. You know what I mean? Like, I can't read either. I can kind of tell if someone's talking through YouTube with where I have that chat positioned, and I can open Twitch on my phone, but I don't really want to do that. So, but I just really did just want to, like, sit and be able to bullshit with people like I used to. You know, maybe Wimmy will come around or somebody. We'd pop into Discord and just talk. You know, that would be the goal. Oh, and I can't see this chat because of the heart thing. We need to fix our sleep schedule. Well, this is my sleep schedule. And how you doing, Micah? I work 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So this is literally my sleep schedule. This is when I'm normally awake. I don't know what your excuse is, but that's mine. I'm sticking to it, you know what I mean? But how you be, man? Yeah. It's all good. I do get weirdly tired. Like today was like fucking um kind of nuts. Oh, absolutely, Hildy. I'm sorry, I'm on a computer, a TV monitor. That's where we're at. It's if you want to talk about a deep subject, that's what I do here. That's literally the whole point of the channel. So if you got something serious to talk about, absolutely, I'd very much love for you to throw it out here. Do you want me to just read it, not respond? Do you want advice? Like, let me know what role I'm playing here. Is sleep really that important? It's crucial for me. I go fucking insane if I don't sleep. Like, insane, insane. Yeah, no worries. I don't have any restrictions on the channel as far as what you can and can't talk about. Just give me a second. Oh, that is heavy. No, that's completely fine. You don't have to apologize for broken English. Most of my chat speaks broken English, including myself. All right. So, first question: does she know that you have a terminal illness? That's a big one. Oh, you're fine, Micah. You're completely fine. So, the gist, because I know people on the YouTube side, I know you, Micah, is they have a terminal illness, but they're in love with somebody, and I know it comes with that after I had cancer for a little bit. They kind of know, so that's my advice right out the rip. You got to let them know because you're trying to make you're basically trying to make a very big decision by yourself. So all right, so that makes sense. I can understand the ADHD stuff, like because especially with your kidneys, you need to have like a proper diet. You know. Um, no, I completely get what you're saying. When I got diagnosed with cancer, the first thing out of their mouth was like, "You have to have a good diet," and I was like, "All right, no." Like I knew myself better than that I can't hold a proper diet. Um, and I had the feelings of like, about a year ago, there was a chance that cancer was back, and I am engaged also. I have a significant other, um, and there was a lot of feelings of like, I don't want to put someone through this. I don't want to, because you don't want. It's the trade up. What's worse? Someone you love watching you die or dying, or watching somebody die. They're all pretty bad in fucking super unique ways. So it's a conversation. You can just bring up how you're feeling about it. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to go any further than that. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. I should probably put this. I owe you an alert. I should probably put this above my camera. So this should be working now. There we go. So you can see me being creepy in a fedora. That's for you. So that's like a first and foremost on my end of just, be upfront and just be like, hey, like, as far as it comes to diet, like maybe she can help you. You know what I mean? Because it's different. It's like, hey, I do want to, like, because I'm sure part of you does want to be like on top of your diet and shit. You know what I mean? And you want it healthy and lengthen your life and increase your quality of life as time goes on. We all do. That's a survival thing. But if you're struggling with it, she might be able to help you. Especially if you've talked about like marriage and having kids and doing the full nuclear family thing, so to speak. I think it's really important that you just talk to her. It's a communication thing. I'm just like, this is what I'm feeling like. I don't want you to watch me die. I don't want to promise you a future I don't have. Like, I did all those things. When I first met Anna, um, a little over 4 years ago, I was like, this is my backstory. The odds of it coming back are there. If you're looking for something really long term, I might not be the guy. And the response to that was, well, you might as well just move in. If we don't have that much time, let's fucking do this. You know what I mean? So I get both mentalities, because a lot of people would be like, oh, you should like enjoy and make the most of the time you have and make sure like yada 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 yada. It's really easy to give people opinion on how they should feel when they're not the one feeling it. I don't know if any of that helps. I found a lot of comfort in going to therapy when I was sick to handle these types of things. Because like I straight up, my course of action was to like abandon my family, stop talking to my sisters, stop making attempts to contact my daughter. Like, it was the knee jerk reaction was, if I care about you, stay away from me so you don't have to watch it. And it's extremely selfish, is what the honesty of it is. It's extremely selfish to do that. That is a huge choice. So if you love her and you're invested in it, that's a conversation you guys got to have, and it's got to be a mutual decision where it's like, this is what I'm feeling, and if she's like, you know what, I kind of don't want to watch the train derail, so I'm gonna step out. That's or you just have someone that buckles down and fucking rolls through it with you. You know what I mean? Like, there will be an outcome, but I think when it comes to a decision like that, you both have to talk about it. I have my personal things. Like, I'm dug in. If I get sick again, I'm not doing chemo and radiation again, because I've done it twice, and I can't. I cannot do it. So that's the personal stuff on my end. But that's a big one. Support groups are a huge one. And just keeping people in the loop. People do, I think, genuinely want to help. So that's kind of what it sounds like with the, inability to buckle down on a diet. I could kind of see the ADHD stuff. I know there's a lot of instant gratification that comes with ADHD of like, ooh, candy bar. And then, you know what I mean? Like, I know that's a good friend of mine in town has fucking bad ADHD. He is fucking unhinged most of the time. But so I know that component. So like, that could be a conversation of like, hey babe, if you see me reaching for this shit and it's something I'm not supposed to eat, like, give her the go ahead to be like, hey, don't do that. You know what I mean? Doctor by myself. So this might sound really stupid, but hear me out. I've told a couple people this, and it does sound stupid. It sounds stupid saying it. Make it a date. It sounds stupid. Hey babe, can you come to the doctor's appointment with me? And then after, we will go to dinner. We'll go to lunch. We'll go to the park. Like, make it a date. It sounds really fucking bizarre. It does, but like, then it's well, it sounds weird, but it, like, logically, if you think about it, it makes sense. Like, okay, we go do this shitty thing, but there's something nice after it. So it turns a shitty thing, because I don't like going to the doctors either, and it turns a shitty thing into a nice thing. Of just like, all right, we did the appointment, or we got the blood work done, and now we're sitting at the river. It puts something really nice on the tail end of it. It just, like, the initial, like, usually when the first person to tell me that when I was going through chemo, I was like, what? Like, it was so fucking obnoxious to me. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And then they explained it. I was like, oh, okay, that does make sense. It helps change the perspective. And then, like, you do it a few times, and, if she really means that much to you, it does become a special thing. Like, the appointments start to become positive. It will revert to, fuck yeah, I got blood work, because you're going to go spend some time together and do some stuff. That's the thing. Like I have been through enough to where I am hostile to the world and the people in it. But we need people to survive. It's just there's nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean? Your routines are very tight. Um, she goes to college early in the morning and then after college. Trying to think because the specifics start to become a little bit more difficult. It's something I'm sure you could try to work it out. Does she go to school in so does she go to school every day and work every day like Monday through Friday? Yeah, fuck. You don't know the name of the days in English, so that's all right. That's completely reasonable. Um so I'm trying to think of like yeah, Google Translate it real quick. 'Cause I don't know how to explain it off right out the rip. Which is really silly that I don't know how to explain what a weekend is. Um, Monday to Friday. Okay. Hmm. That's a pickle. So she's working full. She's working full time and going to school full time. Hmm. Your doctor's office isn't open Saturday and Sunday. They're not open on the weekends. Yeah, it is very complicated when you're able to run around. Yeah, I assume not. Most doctors' offices are not open on the weekend. Hmm. Trying to. I'm trying to think of what I would do as a workaround. I mean, it doesn't. You can invite her into. So it's predominantly doctor's appointments. I'm trying to think. This is a tough one. I do think a conversation needs to be had about what you're feeling because if you hold on to that feeling of like I love you enough to not want you to hurt when I'm gone, it is a completely rational feeling. Everybody that has something terminal feels that way, but it is also a very selfish feeling. So at least involving her in the loop and taking it from there. Um, and she might be able to see something you don't. She might be able to be like, "Oh, I can rearrange, this piece. I can instead of, I can take Thursdays off and work Saturday, and we can do doctor's appointments and stuff on Thursday after school." Like there might be a workaround without knowing the exact like second by second schedules of each of you. It's hard to do. So you two know that. So I think just a conversation, and you could just be like, "Hey, like I'm really dejected about the doctors. I don't want to go to the doctors. I'm sick of bad news. Whatever the feeling is, like, can you maybe help with accountability in some type of way?" Um, that's probably the best you could do. Is like I need some type of help with making sure I go and holding the appointment. And you guys collectively will be able to be like, "Oh yeah, I can, you know what I mean?" Like she could have like a weird hour gap in the day on a Wednesday and be like, "Oh, if you can schedule him here, you know, and take it from there," or just like little updates, like just let her know when the appointments are, and then at the end of the day she can ask you how the appointments were. That way it's like what do you call it? Like she's just in the loop, I guess. it's definitely a tough situation. I've been through it twice, and I did not handle it well either time. Having a terminal illness is very fucking difficult to navigate. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I was able to give some advice. At least you were able to tell somebody at the end of the day. And then, I actually have to, potentially before you bounce, if you end up doing it, but I have to reset some stuff here. We have a Discord specifically for mental health. If like you need to talk or anything like that, or we got some stuff on coping skills, depression, stuff like that. I've been very active in it. So if you end up needing to talk, I'll hit you the link to the Discord if you would like it. That's the best way to reach me. So that's our Discord. I have to change my handle buttons also. But that's literally why the Discord's there. Like if you need to talk or you're feeling down and want to hang out with somebody, there's a couple people in there that if you ping them, like Wimmy, he's one of the administrators in there, I guess is what you could call him. He'll join voice with you and talk to you. He gives fairly fucking solid advice, I think. So we're building it up. It was a lot stronger a little while back, but we're building it up. I have to change my Discord link because I forgot I manually did it, so that's good. And then I have to change my command link, I think. I could just do that. I don't have to do nothing special. I do have to make it so I can actually read responses and stuff. Oh, you're more than welcome. That's what I try to do. So like, back end on me, I got really into the mental health scene. In life in general, it's probably about a year ago. And it held me down when I was waiting for my job to start. But I'm a mental health worker, so I work at a social rehab that helps teach people with like schizophrenia and stuff, life skills, and like I provide counsel and stuff like that. So like it went from hobby to it just kind of turned out that I found a job that did the same thing. So I'm very happy you were able to help, but the one caveat I got to throw in, because I was not throwing it in to enough people or reminding people, I have my own mental health issues. So when inevitably when my head kind of crumbles, it crumbles. You know what I mean? So I have my own shit too. So, but for the last probably I would say about a month, I've been very available to people in the Discord. And for a while there, my run was pretty good. I had some pretty good stats on how long I was able to maintain. I was pretty fucking active in that Discord for like 6 months. So my depression states are getting smaller as time goes on. But yeah, I'm always down to talk. Like I said, there's a couple other people in the Discord that would be down to talk if you need them. If you ever it's something like urgent, like feel free to at everybody in public, like the chat, public chat or general chat, I think is what it's called. But yeah, the whole purpose of all that was just to provide a place to, if someone needed to talk. Oh no, it makes sense. I completely understand you, man. Like, I get you. So that's all, and don't think of it as like her perspective, your perspective. You just share your perspective, and like kind of what we talked about. There's some stuff you could use a little support with, and you definitely have you got some fucking yucky feelings that have to be contended with for sure. You know what I mean? So, like, you'll be able to, help each other through that. That's the important part. You'll be able to help each other. Also, I don't know. Yeah, the love thing can be difficult, and just the sheer emotional literacy of all of it. Of like, this is what I'm feeling. This is what's actually going on. It's hard to dive deep when you're young because you don't necessarily know yourself like that. You know what I mean? Like you don't know. Um. So how do you like? It's like hitting a moving target. How do you do that? You really can't. It's extremely difficult. So you did good. Like there's a lot of credit to be had of like I need to try to find somebody to talk with about this. Like that there's a lot of fucking credit for that. So like for real, make sure you give yourself, a pat on the back for just trying to reach out to somebody. It's really hard, even more so when you're young, to be like, "Hey, I'm struggling. I need some type of advice." And you did something I struggle with, where you heard advice and you listened to it and saw if you could apply it, and you didn't just do the "I need advice," because I do that a lot. A lot of people do that. I need advice. Insert advice. No, that's not going to work. Insert advice. No, that's not going to work. Like you just kind of dig your heels into the shit. So you didn't do that. So you're fucking crushing it for sure. Micah, how about you? How's your mental well-being, Mr. Russo? Did we go over this? Is it Russo or Ruscio? I thought it was Russo. Yeah, absolutely. And is it Hildy? I wish I could see. Um. I wish I could see better. I don't have a computer monitor, so I can't particularly fully see. Um, like the difference between I and L and stuff like that. So yeah, dude, I like that. That's pretty fucking good, Micah. So Micah said, if it helps, although they might rhyme. Every path is individual, but none of us start off with a map. We all have to build our own maps. Like that's solid. Oh yeah, it comes up. I forgot I actually fixed the joint chat so you can actually read it. But that's solid stuff. I like that. That's very very insightful. What are you doing to me, Mag? Hydrate again? Man. Redo? It's either Russo or because I know I had a shop teacher with the same last name, and he pronounced it Russo, but he's American, so it could have the same spelling, but if it's in a different country, it's going to have a different pronunciation or a different root. Rosso, that's right. It's Rosso. I knew there was a different like caveat. You've got it for someone who is dealing with a friend who is seriously anxious. Ooh, yeah, the fucking drain of a depressed person. Um, he's suicidal though. The only real advice I can give you with somebody who's actively suicidal is to get them in a psych hospital. Get them in a hospital. All right, Mag. Catch you later. It was good catching up, and I wish you. If I don't see you, I wish you luck on your driving exam, and I hope everything goes good with the repair on the vehicle. You're special with a capital R. Oh no, it's not politically correct. Holy shit, canceled. Um, but yeah, so depressed people are really hard to be around. They're incredibly
hard to be around. And the best, because I suffer from depression with the bipolar. When I bottom out, I'm full on like depressed. So like I get that stuff. Um, Nothing anybody can do ever will be right or help me when I'm depressed. Um, yeah, absolutely, Hildy. It was very nice meeting you, and I hope things work out. I hope down the road you come in and let me know how it goes, and I wish you luck. I really do. And if you need me, I'm in Discord. Um, so like when I'm depressed, nobody's going to help me. Any type of advice is the wrong advice because of X, Y, and Z. There's always some type of excuse when I'm depressed. I want the world to fix me, but nobody's capable of fixing me. I'm too broken and too far gone. Yada yada yada. Right. Um, so it was expressed to me that is like hooking a live car battery to a dead car battery, expecting to charge the dead one. But in actuality, what happens is both batteries end up dead. That's basically how depression taxes a significant other or a close friend or a family member. Depression puts a huge emotional tax on other people. Um, so if you can't convince them to go to like a hospital or a doctor or a psychiatrist, that's the thing. Oh, it's over women and stuff like that. So that's shows me kind of in the age bracket. It's late teens to mid 20s. Because that's that age bracket issue. It has been my experience. If people are screaming, "I'm going to kill myself," they're probably going to be okay. Probably, it's one of those things you kind of have to like, you know, keep an eye on. Well, if they're in and out of getting help, they're doing what they can do. So I'm always, yeah, mid 20s. That's usually how it goes. It's late teens to mid 20s that starts the kind of narcissism components in the huffing and puffing. I'm going to kill myself. I would say maybe not late teens, mid teens, 14, 15 to like mid 20s. Unless you have an actual mental health issue, then it kind of lifelong. But that's usually when it starts to bud. If you have like a bipolar 1 or PTSD from childhood, stuff like that, that starts to manifest around that time. But if he's in and out, he's doing everything he can. I would say personally, the advice to you would to remind yourself that it's not your problem to fix. Even though you want to fix it, and it's not wrong to want to fix it, it's not your problem to fix. You can be there and be support. I'm sure you've told him like, hey, if you need to talk, man, like I'm here. Like we can go hang out. We can go for a walk, something. Depressed people do very well if you bring them outside consistently. You got to take them for walks. Got to have them touching grass and absorbing sunlight. Make sure they eat. Like you can do small, medial things to try to help them out, but ultimately it's their path. Just like you said, like they're in a place. Depression is the same equivalent as just putting the map down and just saying, "Oh, I'm lost." When you just kind of the map's at your feet, if you want to stick to that analogy. So like it's a very hard thing to navigate. But that's what I would say to you personally. It's not yours to fix. You know what I mean? And anxiety is just a bitch. I have anxiety too. Anxiety it's your own brain lying to you. That's like literally how it's defined. You have a fear response based off of something that is not actually in your environment. That's what anxiety is. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're close to somebody, they feel like they can be vulnerable and stuff, so they share it. And like, you just throw out like, you gotta go to therapy if you need medications. Like if you're that anxious, there's tons of medications. I always recommend hydroxyzine because it's an anti-nausea and a anxiety medication, and it's low impact on the body. So like a lot of people don't have reactions to it in a negative way.
So like you can prod, be like, well, when you like, I usually end up telling people like, when are you going to tap out and be tired of being tired? Like, when are you actually going to do something about it? Because like talking's great, it's a good start, but mental health stuff is an action thing. Your thoughts and feelings don't give a fuck. You can't change them. Like I tell people all the time, my own broken brain will never fix my own broken brain. I cannot fix what's wrong up here. I need to go do something actively to fix it. So sometimes that action is going to therapy. The intent matters. Just bullshitting with a friend is great, but there has to be intent behind the action. So if the intent is I got to talk about my problems, you have to go to a therapist. Like that's the direct intent. You know what I mean? Oh, that checks out too. There's a lot of attention diagnoses in California nowadays. I'm in Cali, and unfortunately, that's the social climate here of like it's like a mental illness, or secondary mental illnesses. Depression and anxiety are kind of the top two. Is the mental health equivalent of a participation trophy because it's fashionable. Um, So that's not for me to say. That's a psychologist will be able to figure that shit out and help him with it. What's going on, Gringotts? Yeah, exactly. Like environment plays a fucking huge impact, monster impact. If you're mentally stable and happy and healthy and everything's fine, and your room is too messy, it'll slowly change it into a depressive thing. You'll get depressed because there's clutter. It's like even that environment, just even if the only time you're in your room is when you lay down to go to sleep and your room's a disaster, it'll make you depressed. Your brain does not like it, you know what I mean? And like that's the thing, you're becoming the band-aid. So it's like that kind of circles back to not my monkey, not my circus. You can give advice, but it's definitely a call to action. It's like, look, man, I'm not a therapist. Hey, man, I can't prescribe psych medication if you need it. Like that's the big one. If he's got like some type of thing that has a component of depression, he needs medication. And like that's his journey part two, because a lot of people that need medication, that actually need medication, don't like taking medication. You know what I mean? But if you're the turn and the advice and stuff, it's like how many times you give the same advice and it's unheeded. Yeah, and it like environment just plays an insane role. Like at the spot across town, like the bedroom's a lot cleaner and Anna's in a better mood. And I think it's like a direct result to the bedroom's just a lot cleaner. I don't have fucking trash all over the side of the bed. Because when I was depressed, I was fucking straight like piling trash up next to the bed like a fucking hooligan. But stuffing it under the bed and shit. So like that's all gone. The laundry that was everywhere is all gone. The bathrooms for the most part cleaner. I'm not very good at cleaning the bathroom or consistently cleaning the bathroom. I need to do it next time I go over though. I get my beard hair and head hair out of the sink and shit. But like keeping just your environment clean helps. She'll even acknowledge like when the sink's empty and the counter's dusted off, it just makes me feel better. Like it's environment's a huge thing. So like environment is one of the easiest things to change. You know? Oh yeah, questions are completely fine. It's some type of discussion. That's what I wanted to do with this stream. I do genuinely I like playing the games and stuff that I stream. But like the initial streaming started to just talk to people if they needed to talk. Like to be an ear and like I think my advice is a little bit above mediocre. So like, so it's what I got hired to do. Like yeah, and that's exactly it, I guess. Like it's someone demanding solution and if you give them a solution,
Because I used to get solutions all the time, actual viable solutions. Like, oh, you can change your job. You can start going to the gym. You can eat healthier. You can clean your bedroom. You can force yourself to take showers more often. All those things will help depression. The main hangup is when you are that depressed, those are the last things you want to do. Like, I mainly just want to lay in bed and be pissed off all day and smell like shit. That's what I really like to do when I'm depressed. And, like, it's, I've had people, one of the best things I had, two things. I'm not going to talk about the first one because I don't recommend the first one. That's a final straw type of situation. But the big one was just, when are you going to be tired of being tired? Like, you're choosing to be miserable at this point. Tons of people he was like, tons of people have given you the exact cookie cutter what you need to do to be well, and you're refusing to do it. So shut the fuck up. That hit me pretty hard. Because, like, I was like, I just want to fucking die. And the dude was literally like, I don't give a shit. Like, then die. Like, it very harsh, but it fucking hit me where it needed to hit me. He's like, you have state insurance, you have the time, you can go to therapy, you can get back on your meds, you can do all the shit that people have been telling you for fucking ever, and you're not doing it. Yeah, I have a savior complex myself. I actually, funnily enough, did not develop that in the military. I developed it in my childhood. So it got strengthened in the military, but I can't seem to shake it. So, and sometimes it's like, it's just one of those shitty things. Like, sometimes you do have to pull away and be like, I can't submerge myself in this. I can't go down with the ship. That's ultimately what ends up happening. You go down with the ship. It's the same thing. So, like, I'm in 12-step recovery, and there's tons of people. I really just want them to be sober. My really good friend in town, I just really want her to be sober and get her life back and be fine. And she keeps relapsing, and, like, I had to do it with my sister Lynetta, actually, unfortunately, where I wanted her to be sober more than she wanted to be sober, and I had to step way back. And then it was around 3 months after I stepped back, she died. And that's the thing. Like, it's got to be an action. Like, it can't be anything but. It has to be an action. Like thinking about going to the gym doesn't get you in shape. Thinking about eating better doesn't make you lose weight. Like, you're feeling like you can do something doesn't change anything. It has to always be an action. Like, if I think I'm going to be wealthy, but I don't go out and find a job, it ain't never going to happen. And that's the thing. I think, especially in the United States, the cultural norm is, I'm going to sit here and demand things and wait for my circumstance to change instead of going to change it. That's a lot of what the climate is here right now, sadly. There's a lot of lack of father if you talk about a certain demographic, for sure. Male influence is extremely important. You need both. You need nature and nurture. In this country, we've had a lot of nature, and it's switched to nurture. And just nurture is far worse. But you need both. You do. You need both. Individually and as a society, you need to have both. So, like, that's a part of it. Well, it takes, like, there's plenty of people that there's plenty of people that give really good advice, but it kind of falls flat. That's a normal thing. I think that's a normal thing anyway. Like, I have always been told I'm really good at giving advice. It impacts. I'm good at custom tailoring it to people. I am good at those things. My main issue is I don't take advice. I don't take advice from fucking nobody. You know what I mean? I wish this heart button wasn't there. There we go. And exactly, it's the personal accountability. Like, I guess some people could be like, I get a little preachy about certain things. I could see it, but that's the big thing I have is you're accountable for your own shit. It's an accountability issue. Like, it's easy to say, like, oh, if my parents didn't spend my entire childhood beating me almost every single day, I would have turned out fine. But, okay, well, talking about it doesn't put me back in time and fix it. You know what I mean? So, like, it's becomes irrelevant. So that's like one of the hardest things I find, especially if you care about them. Like, if you guys are close friends, it's hard to be like, it's hard to pull back and be like, oh, this is my problem to fix. I want it fixed. It's a natural, just kind human instinct to be like, I want to help. I want it fixed. I want solution and everything to be good. That's like a natural thing. But at the end of the day, sometimes it can be more harmful. Because, like, I saw the case of it recently. Someone was using me as their main coping mechanism. They would talk to me about stuff. They'd come to my streams. I was the main coping mechanism. I wasn't able to communicate. I started going through my own shit, and they ended up in the hospital after an attempt. Like, they didn't. And, like, I'm big into, like, you gotta learn your coping mechanisms. So if you're his dominant coping mechanism, what if you're not around? What if you can't pick up the phone or whatever? You know what I mean? I actually want to start doing, I think, long form content, because I like the shorts. The shorts are just updates on, like, just random junk. I'm sure you both have seen them. I know Gringus has. Micah, I saw you comment. It's random opinion and thought. But I do think I want to start making long form content specific on mental health issues, because it's common stuff. It's very common stuff. It's not like a like, what do you call it? Like, they're not like, that's one of the big things is the problems people have feel like they are like super unique to them. Like, nobody else has ever gone through the struggle. Nobody else has experience with this. Nobody else could possibly have a solution because they don't know me. But then, like, you pick depression or anxiety, like, a ton of people have it. It's like the most diagnosed thing in the fucking US right now. It is the people you have around. Some of the healthiest people I've met were raised, well, the statistical thing. So, a mother-father dynamic in the household is second best. First best is actually gay couples, homosexual men, end up raising the most well-adjusted children. So, like, there's no real merit to, the typical nuclear family. But so, like, if you can teach your kids the proper way to communicate, the proper way to decompress their feelings, the proper way to cope, if you can teach all that stuff, it don't matter who's teaching it. I come from a background of push and pull, of, I never got really either. I usually just got punched. But
what I see as a proper dynamic is sometimes you need someone to give you a hug and tell you it'll be okay and listen to you cry and be like, it's all right. Like, it's okay, sweetie. You know, the comfort. And sometimes you just need someone to tell you to shut the fuck up. I think it's a balance, really. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that's the thing. What can happen is you end up being put in the primary role. Unbeknownst to you, you might not know how important that relationship is to him. I've had it happen in stream where like I was like, yeah, if you need to talk, I'm around, and like, you know, I was traveling to get trained for work and do all this stuff, and I had my own stuff going on, and I was less communicative than he would have liked me to be. And he was like, "Oh, I'm more of a friend to you than you are to me. Like you say you're going to be there and you're not." And I'm like, I'm only human, dude. Like, so like if you inadvertently put yourself in that bracket, um, that ultimately is a boundary thing on you. You know what I mean? It's fucking hard to navigate. It's hard to be like my friend here in town. She wanted me to marry her and her now husband. She wanted me to officiate the wedding, and I didn't agree with the decisions they were making. And I was like, look, I love you guys, but I can't do it. And like it caused this whole fucking thing. She didn't talk to me for months. Like it hurt. It was like my sister shunning me. And like at the end of the day, I had to be like, I can't watch the train wreck. And like that's okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the like, you know, throw some dirt in it and keep it fucking trucking. Like that is very applicable in a lot of situations. And I think they need to happen both. If something is deeply troubling and upsetting to you, you got to tough through it. You can't let it stop you. But at some point, you have to then step back and process it, and that's what nature and nurture allows for. It allows for you to do both. You get to process it, and you get to make it through it. If it's just one or the other, it kind of defeats the whole purpose. Well, yeah, that's the so the religion thing um is always fascinating to me because I myself am an atheist. That is my belief structure is atheism. I don't feel bad about it. I don't whatever. I don't tell people that their faith is wrong. None of that stuff. It's just my personal faith structure is I'm an atheist. Whatever. Um. So what becomes like kind of odd about that, right? Is the big resentment I had growing up was how happy people were at church. Like you had a community, like you found a like-minded community, and like that is super fucking important. Like it takes a village has been a saying for fucking ever. Like ideally, your mom and your dad and your fucking neighbor's parents and the other neighbor and a deacon and all these people would be looking out for your best interest. But we got so like personalized and unit focused, it just stopped working. What's going on? It's Boshi. How you doing tonight? How you been? How you feeling? What's crapping? So like I don't think there's anything wrong with community. Like it just depends what community you're part of because people join a church for the same way they in the inner city they join a gang. It's a sense of family and brotherhood and you know what I mean? Like that's the whole thing I'm saying. Like I would say I'm not I'm probably like an omnivert if I had to pick one. I'm not really hyper introverted. I do need to be around people and enjoy being around people sometimes. I do value my space and I do kind of lone wolf it quite a bit. But like I need people. If I didn't have people, I'd be dead. Like Clear cut. I would not be on this planet right now. I'd be gone. And like that's perfect to live by, Micah. It's just everybody deserves respect and should be treated kindly. Like politics aside, you can layer politics on fucking everything. Like at the end of the day, most people think they should be respectful to other people. Like most people. And then there's always a cross section of dickheads. Like sometimes you get dickheads. But it's especially fucking difficult here in the United States because of how polarized everything is. Oh, fair enough. I work night shifts as well. I'm just hanging out. I'm just chatting. You know, as stupid as that sounded coming out of my mouth because it's a just chatting stream. But just sitting here bullshitting. I try to hold a mental health space. I just started multi-streaming, so my tags are all fucked up. My tags are what I have going on. So bipolar, PTSD, yes, it's English. I hate putting anxiety in here because you get some interesting people, but it is what it is. What do you do for work? But yeah, we're just sitting here talking about it. Well, right now we're talking about family dynamics, and almost specifically in relation to the church or religion at this point. What else did I want to do? Health and mental wellness, I think is what I was doing. Mental health awareness. I don't know why when I multi-stream, it only allows me to loop in one tag, and it's like usually I have like 8 or 9, so I don't quite know what happened to all that stuff. I don't like technology and me don't ever really seem to be on the same page. You work at a paper factory? Fair enough. I used to work night shifts at some factories back in the day. So I didn't hate it. Night shifts are usually kind of a little chiller, and you end up doing a lot more work than day shift. And then you hear about how little you do from day shift. It sucks. But I don't know if it's like that over there. Well, I live in California, so it's a complete shit show. They're funding a large chunk of the budget to pay for reparations for slavery. And they're also cycling money out of the VA, which as a veteran, I'm very appalled by. So the political and social climate in California is complete. It's fucking anarchy over here. Outside of that, I would say I like 60% of the United States, and I dislike about 40% of it. Because it's not to take a position. Yeah, that's the big issue I have with some religions. It's very shove it down your throat. I don't like that. I'm a big believer in kind of everybody gets to have their own beliefs and viewpoints, and it's all okay as long as you're not a dickhead to somebody. Like you're allowed to have whatever stance on whatever issue you want. Just don't be a shit about it, and we're good. So, where are you from? Bashi? I don't know how to pronounce the name. I suck at pronunciations of some of the names I come across. Bushi? All I think of is the Mighty Boosh when I read it, but that's not how it's spelled. But yeah, the religion stuff has always been kind of an odd one to me. But some of my well, I don't really have any crazy close friends anymore. Only a handful. But some friends I have, some people that used to be really good friends, they go to a church in town, which is basically a cult, and they're pretty fucking chill people. It's just a nickname. Oh, from Germany? Fair enough. How is it in Germany? That was one of the places I was considering moving for a short time. I was in psychosis, so I'm glad I didn't move, because I would have regretted moving. But I went to Frankfurt for about a week back in 2009. And it was pretty, and people were friendly. It was one of those things as an American, like, we kind of get told that German people are dicks, and, like, they're not. People just really don't like American tourists. People just really don't like American tourists, is what it is. It's just effed up. What's effed up about it? I don't know, like, any type of political anything going on there. Well, I hope you sleep well, Micah. It was nice chatting with you again. It was like as always, it was good to see you. I'll be streaming again, like probably 12 or so hours from now. But I hope I see you around again. And thank you for I'm sure you're when you're seeing them dropping likes and the occasional comment and stuff on my videos, and I do appreciate that. But I'm okay with being a tiny YouTube channel. You know what I mean? It's okay. I have my base. But yeah, I just so like the best way I've explained it is I'm experiencing extreme culture shock because I didn't follow any U.S. politics for about 10 years, and now I'm backfilling all the U.S. politics, and there's some wild shit that's been going on. I didn't realize how fucking bad and crazy shit has gotten over the last 10 years. So, but I've been looking at, like, I've been getting moderate stuff on, like, what other countries are doing, because, like, it's really easy to look at policies in the United States and be like, oh, this is fucked up, and then you can start looking at, like, okay, what are other countries doing? What's the alternative? What seems to be working? Stuff like that. Like, I didn't realize until we were talking about it last time I streamed, which I don't even know when that was. Oh, no, we were talking about it in Discord last night when I was at work. Like, there's like obviously not as much as the US because we're fucking nuts with guns. But Sweden has like a lot of guns, and there's like almost no crime there. We were showing each other like different school lunches and like talking about taxes and stuff, and I was like, oh, wow, this is like pretty legit. Spend the dumbest ways possible. Yeah, so it seems like United States culture has spread to the rest of the world. It was a contagion. A lot of social issues in the United States have gone to other countries. Well, they're not as far as violent crime. Mini Ghoster. And hello, Mini Ghoster. It's been a long fucking time, dude. We were talking specifically murder. So, violent assaults and stuff like that, like actual violent crimes. You also got to remember I'm an American, so we have more guns than people and the highest rate of violence, I guess you could say, because unless you look at it, unless you're measuring per capita, which per capita is complete dog shit. Because then you go to countries like China who have really low murder rates per capita, but it's because they'll publicly execute you. So it's a little different, you know what I mean? A lot of people are looking up to it. Yeah, I'm a big, so we're trying to push. We're right now, what I want to happen is they're trying to ban TikTok in the United States if X, Y, and Z doesn't happen. I think they need to pick it. I think they need to shut that shit down. Because it's like there's been issues with this whole thing in Canada. Canada's having huge fucking issues with the social culture of the United States. It's fucking everywhere. And I'm grateful reports are now starting to come out that like how it's being handled in society is actually making the problem worse. Like it's a mental health pandemic, right? But then you give the solution and more people are hanging it up. So it's not working. I think social media needs to be banned for kids. That's would be a very good start. Um, or like more heavily monitored something. But the generation coming up right now is fucked. They're going to have a hard time. How you doing, Ghoster? Did you pass your welding thing? I think the last time we talked, you were getting ready to do your welding things. And it's become very much a pick me, like they made mental illness fashionable. Like you're seeing stuff in the U.S. It's nuts to me that Germany it's kind of looking up the U.S. people from your perspective anyway. It's nuts to me that here we have people running around with flags saying lesbians for Hamas or women for Hamas, and it's like I don't think you understand who you're endorsing. Like, and it's the thing. Nobody's doing shit. Nobody's fucking like. It's crazy because technologically wise and information wise, it's all at the tip of your fingers. It's there. I'm big into like you can Google shit. Don't trust the first source. Like make sure there's a lot of sources and like look at the alternative. Try to find the other side of the argument and see if there's sources and statistics and stuff for that. But like but what people just do is, oh, someone on TikTok posted this video. It's got 3 million likes. It must be true. Like surely if it wasn't true, it wouldn't be on the internet. It's basically the worst thing everywhere. I try to keep a neutral stance to it because it's this whole can of worms. It upsets people, but that's the majority of what the ongoing issues are, and it's starting to spread. That's the thing. It's no longer contained to the United States. And that's the funny thing, like, there's just ignorance everywhere. People think that the Just Stop Oil, started in the United States. Like, there are a ton of Americans that think that it started in the United States. That is a United States thing. I was like, you guys don't know anything. There's no Just Stop Oil in the U.S. Very little bit. They tried to, like, stop Coachella a little bit ago. Like, there's a small following in the United States. Yeah, like the inclusive language thing is like I don't get it. We already have we have that stuff. The norm for a long time was to say policeman because for majority of the time you were referring to a man. And then if it was ever a lady cop, it was a cop or a police officer. Like we like that's just how language works. It wasn't too hard, and you're full-time employed in one of Europe's largest oil companies? Hell yeah, you fucking raking in the big bucks now, dude? I'm fucking happy for you. How's things with the lady? It's actually funny that you popped up because we were talking about positive changes in life needs to be in action, and you actually did pop into my head because like you had all the health issues and like you were depressed and stuff. And then it's like, I hear you're like, you got a vehicle, you're working on getting your welding cert, you got a girlfriend, like you're doing all this stuff. I'm like, oh shit. Stop spinning his wheels and he gained traction. Fuck yeah. Awesome, dude. I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, we haven't talked in fucking forever. Yeah, and like I thought I would be under the impression that the word teacher is already gender neutral. That's the stuff I get confused about because that's like it's already gender neutral. It's a teacher. So there's something I'm missing. You know what I mean? I just don't quite understand it. Life is getting better. Fuck yeah, dude. I wish I got to be around and hear about it more. but I'm always in a state of ebb and flow. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's kind of that's life. I'm a big aware of ebb and flowing. I don't want to be aware of it, but I'm aware of it. So I'm glad you're coming out the other side. Because it does. It seems like you're just kind of coming out of it. And it's fucking good stuff, dude. That's good. I'm very happy for you. And like I don't have any, so like the big actual issue I have with a lot of it is I don't have an issue with anybody. I don't. There's no group of people that I have an issue with. But if I share my opinion, I will get labeled. I've been labeled as racist. I've been labeled as transphobic. And it's like, I'm just sharing my opinion. Like, I'm not going out there lynching anybody. I'm not fucking. Like, I'm not doing any of that stuff. I just shared an opinion. And it's confusing. It's moving the goalpost. I'm struggling with the same thing at work, where it's one thing is the rule one day, and the next day it's different rule. It's not even staying consistent is the big problem with it. There's no consistency to it. Like I've been seeing videos of like this guy at the coffee shop looked at me and he said you look like you could be a they them, and it's fucking uncalled for judging me on my appearance. It's like he literally properly gendered you. Why are you mad? Like it gets really fucking, it gets super convoluted, and it just does not make any sense to me. Maybe if I was part of that community and going through it, it'd make more sense, but it don't. I don't understand it, and it's one of those things like I've just learned to stay out of it. I've learned to stay out of gender politics, sex politics, race politics. I've learned to just stay out of it. It's easier to just not talk about it. And that's exactly where I'm at, Minnie. Like, there's a difference between, like, the woke people, like the extreme woke, the alt left. I don't have any interest in anything to do with them. I don't like them. It doesn't mean I hate who they are as a person and I'm going to do something horrible to them. Like, it just means you're not my cup of tea. Like, you're allowed to have a preference. And I think that's confusing people, too, with this whole, like, because then we have the other thing on the other end of, celebrities saying, big is beautiful. Some people think larger people are pretty. Yep, that's a thing. But then they start saying it's healthy, and I'm on the side of, well, you can't tell people morbid obesity is healthy. Like, that's not right. That's fat shaming. That's body shaming. It's like, no, that's just how it is. And, like, I don't have that preference. I don't. Someone morbidly obese, over 300 pounds? No, that's not attractive to me. I would not date someone like that. But it doesn't mean I'm going to go, burn their house down. That's exactly what you said. You're not discriminating or being a piece of shit to them. It's all fair. Like, you're allowed to have a preference. Like, we don't see it with sports fans. I like the Patriots. You like the fucking Broncos. Like, you're not fucking trying to tear down the other one and call him fucking Bronco-phobic. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense to do that. It wouldn't. You do hate the people there, and that's like you're allowed to hate whoever you want. Like, there's nothing wrong with hate. A large chunk of the world, sorry, I know, but a large chunk of the world hated Germans for a certain period of time. You know what I mean? Like, hate has value. If you hate, if you hate getting burnt on the stove, you just stop touching the stove. Like, it's a legit thing. The meat thing is fucking bizarre. Like, that's been proved over and over and over that, like, a proteinless diet and a full vegan diet is very unhealthy for you. No, nobody has the best history. It's been fucking like 10,000 years. Like, no country has the best history. We all have fucked up things. They're just struggling with the fact that some people is more current. To me, 200 over 200 years is not current. It's not current events. Everybody that it directly impacted is gone. Like, there's going to be same thing. There's going to be a statute of limitations on shit. You can't just be like, it's the whole like America's a racist place. Like, we're responsible for racism. It's like, hey, can you look at world history for a second? And like, we didn't start America and then we're like, oh, let's do slavery. That was something inherited by the people we rebelled from. Like, and then it's just, it's specific to one group of people now. Except if you look at the actual word slavery, it's from the Slavs and it was white slaves. So I don't understand that. In it, like I said, we have all of world history at our fingertips. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you like a certain team, just start calling them that team phobic. Like, it fits perfect. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why Biden's president. He ain't gonna win. Trump's gonna win. Like, there's no way that man should win. Yeah, well, that's the thing. So California's passing a reparations bill that just gives people who live in California that are African American, it just gives them money. Here you go, have money. Whoops, my bad. And there's like actively like a very low estimate right now. There's like actively 50 million slaves in the world right now. So if like you really had a beef with slavery, you'd be trying to be like, hey, spend that money on stopping current slavery. But no, it's people looking for a handout. That's all that is. And it's a history thing. Everybody enslaved everybody at one point. That's just kind of how the human race developed. And then some places were like, you know what? This probably ain't cool. And they stopped. But there's still plenty of places now that are like full swing, full bore doing it. Like, it's not, slavery did not end. It ended in the United States. And now it's, oh, well, someone's got to pay the bill because my great granddaddy did this. It's like, that didn't have anything to do with you. Like, I shouldn't pay for that. It's also really funny that it's happening in California. And California is the only state in the United States that never had slaves or slaveholders in it. So that part of it gets a bit confusing. But like a little bit. That's the part of it that's confusing to me. Why California is passing that law? I don't know. It's the world may never know, I guess. I have no idea. And we're not just giving it, California's not just giving it to like law-abiding citizens. They're giving it to people who are incarcerated. Upwards of 115 grand. Here you go. And it's like, that to me is fucking wild, dude. Like, you're in there for a triple murder and they're like, here's 100 grand. And then that's the thing. It's 100% agree with you, Minnie. The world we live in is fucked. It's not one country over another. Like, there's just fucked up shit all over the place. I 100% agree with that, dude. $100%. And like, I'm a big thing, like, there needs to be a opposing opinion about everything.
Like, you can feel the way you feel and not change your mind, but like, growth happens from disagreement. Nothing, like, even in relationships, your relationship doesn't just all of a sudden get better because you're agreeing on more things. Like, there's compromise, there's discussions. Like, you have to. There has to be some type of conflict for growth. That's just how it goes. Have a good one, Gringus. It was good seeing you, buddy. Good chatting. I appreciate you popping in. All right, Boshi. It was nice meeting you. It was nice talking to you, and I hope to see you around again. And I hope you sleep well. That's a topic I actively try to stay away from. I was not prepared to discuss the topic. Catch you later, man. Good night, Germany. So it appears it's just me and you, Minnie. So, like, what do you weld? So you work at an oil place. Are you welding, like... Is it like a factory, or are you out in the field doing shit? It's morning? Oh, well, have a good day. That's the thing. I'm trying to divulge myself into, like, community. I do want to be more involved with the community at large. I can't wait till the fucking weather breaks so I can start focusing on community stuff. I do want to start doing some stuff with other homeless people in town. Some more advocacy for mental health, really, because I do believe all homelessness boils down to a mental health issue. But I want to start getting involved in the town I live in. If you keep it really small, it's really easy to make shit good. So, like, that's the other thing people don't realize. America's 330 million people, and it's very large. And it's ran by the federal government is about 550 people actively doing things. Like, it is fucking crazy how few people we have running the country. CNC cold bending pipes. I'm guessing that's pipes. Interesting. I got a fair amount of CNC experience. Everything from Moo to G-code. I call it Moo, but it's not called Moo. It's prior to G-code. Do you like it though? And like, have you started working? So like, the supposed part is throwing me off. You don't weld. You're supposed to. Yeah, like it's absurd. And we have like our gun ratio is I think 120 out of 120 guns per 100 people. The gun ratio is insane. Like, we do like our guns. Someone asked me the other day, like last night, why do you guys like your guns so much? I was like, because they're fun. I used to love hunting and fucking doing target practice and shit. It's just fun to go shoot a gun. Most of the people here screaming about fucking guns and we need to take them away have never held one. They've never fired one. They don't know anything about them. It's fun? Wow, I don't think I've ever had a job that I would describe as fun. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a job I would describe as fun. Well, that's not 100% true, because I find the job... Well, I don't find my job fun, but I have a lot of fun at it. Yeah. Well, that's the argument people pose of, like, they're for self-defense, but ultimately, people that have a bunch of guns, they just like shooting guns. They just like them. And it's a failure to understand how statistics work. So we have way more knife deaths in the United States than gun death. Like, it turns out if people want to hurt people, they just hurt them. They don't really care how they do it. They just want to do it. So it's like, you know, that just falls back to the same thing. There's a huge fucking mental health issue. If we have that many people killing each other, there's something wrong. Yeah, and then that's the other part of it too. Like, if you own a firearm, you're more likely to use it on yourself than somebody else. So it's not a victimless crime by any means, but like, That's a big part of it. It just, and like a lot of people that I know that are super, super into firearms, they just like firearms. They like how they look. They like collecting them, getting different ones. They like going out and shooting. Like, it's just, that's what they like. So, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like, I myself will never own a firearm again and probably never fire one again. The years in the service, I don't have any interest in owning one, but I think people should be allowed to. And, but that being said, I really, really, really like knives. There ain't nothing wrong. I like the look of them. I like the feel of them. I like opening and closing them. Like, I like everything there is to like about a knife. I don't think there's anything wrong with liking knives. It's a tool. It's how it's always been. So it just kind of, it's weird, but I think everything really boils down to we have huge mental health issues, and we're pretending it's different issues. Like the gender issue is a mental health issue. The race thing, I can say that's a mental health issue. Like, if you're sitting there legitimately thinking the world is wronging you because of who your neighbors are, like, there's probably something mentally wrong going on. And it's still not, it's hyper acceptable to go on TikTok and glorify your mental illness for likes, but it's not acceptable to go to therapy still. What is mental health? Fucking good question, dude. I would say mental health is ultimately the measure of how happy you are. That's the only thing I think really is impacted. It's the measure of how happy you are. Maybe. Who the fuck knows? Because, like, when I'm fucking on a manic high, I'm happy as shit, but I'm mentally unwell. So that's not even a fair measure either. You know what I mean? It's just a societal construct, man. That's all it is. It's a construct. But yeah, usually I try to stay away from. I have those discussions privately, like with my boss and Anna and stuff. I try to keep those discussions quiet. People get way too belligerent and upset. Moon, holy shit, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty well. Just kind of hanging out, bullshitting, talking about controversial stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of people who refuse to listen to statistics as actual, like, or they like to have a viewpoint without having any source to back it up. And I don't fully agree with the person who's mainly known for doing it, but I do agree with facts don't care about your feelings. Like, feelings are not facts. Like, that has been being shared in 12-step recovery for fucking ever. Like, the way you're viewing things doesn't mean it's real. That is a huge thing that I think a lot of people struggle with. So what have you been up to, Moon? When's the last time we talked? Had to have been a while, huh? Let's see. Let's sleuth. Let's sleuth. I like sleuthing. So this is... Oh, wow. We talked a lot. January? It's been a minute. It has been a minute. It's hard. I've actually had this conversation with quite a few people. Everybody gets emotionally invested in things. You know what I mean? Everybody gets an emotional attachment or investment. You can feel emotional about like cats being superior than dogs, and like you're dug in and you're gonna argue and fight people over it. Like that's a thing, but like feelings are very much irrational. Good ones, bad ones, middle of the road ones. Feelings are irrational, and if you're trying to have a rational discussion about something irrational, it stops working. That's the breakdown. Damn. That's a tough hit, Moon. Well, you can go try another place. Like that's always a thing, you know? It's hard. So like we were kind of just talking about this, Moon. It's become too like I don't know how the fuck you'd be a psychologist during all this stuff where like there is a significant there is a huge overwhelming majority of people, it's just a victim mentality. That is a real thing. But the problem is people like yourself, you're caught in the crossfire. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem with how everything's been. Like people who are actually struggling get caught in the crossfire and they don't end up getting treatment because of it. And it's fucking appalling. You're in a ghost town? Yeah. That's part of the reason why people were like, urging me to move out of my city. I'm like, I have so many resources living in a large city. So that's tough. I'm sorry that's what you had to deal with. That's a pain in the balls for sure. Yeah, that's the unfortunate truth. People with actual struggle and problems kind of just get lumped in with people who are doing it for clout, doing it for attention. I don't know why you would pretend to have PTSD or anything. Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, you got to have access to another therapist, though, right? Like someone else doing therapy in your ghost town. Like, there's got to be more than one therapist, or like even out of town. Like, I don't know if you're in the United States or what, but usually if you have like an insurance provider here in the United States, you might be able to find somebody in the town over and do therapy on the phone. That became super big because of COVID, doing therapy via Zoom or video chat or a phone. So I do remember your backstory, Moon. I've been messaging you on Discord, I think. There's no trigger warning stuff here, by the way. If you forgot, you can freely talk. Don't make it overtly offensive or racist, but you can freely talk about all that stuff. I don't view saying sexually assaulted as a bad thing. It's kind of how it's you talk about it without saying what it is. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Free stuff is usually you get what you pay for, but hopefully like you can find someone to jive. Maybe gives it some time. Like maybe like so like I would throw to them like, all right, if it's just a victim mentality, help me fix it. Like throw that out there. Just straight up be like, well, how do you fix the mentality then? How do I fix it? And most likely you're going to get like yeah, no slurs. I ain't down for the slurs. Um, and there's certain jokes that I'm not down with either. Someone came in here and was like making really inappropriate comments about someone else's child, and I was like, no, you got me fucked up. But yeah, I would tell them that. Be like, all right, like if I have a victim mentality, how do I fix it? I would assume the course of treatment for a victim mentality would be about similar to actually being a victim. So you'll probably get some like actual therapy off of that. I've never had to deal with that. I've never had a therapist try to call me out for shit or tell me I wasn't feeling a certain way, like because my
usually I have that first like weird meet and greet with a therapist, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're fucked up." Like whatever. I don't know how they're gauging the questions they're asking me, but whatever answers I'm giving, they're like, "Oh yeah, you're sick." Um, I guess that's happened when I got that bad. It's lucky. I don't know. I'm sure the long-standing history of routine hospital visits helped that case as well, but that is very unfortunate. How's home life stuff going? Any better? Yeah, and unfortunately, teenagers are subject to it because that's a lot of we were talking about that. This like the big thing I could say for sure that no matter what you have going on, if you're a teenager, stay off social media. Get rid of it. TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Reels, get Instagram, get off of it. Anything you can doom scroll on, delete it. Like it ain't gonna help you. There's way too much misinformation about a bunch of different stuff, and there's people trying to come from. I think some people are trying to come from a good place, but they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. Like it's just. Well, I'm glad it's not as bad as it used to be. That's good measurable improvement. Measurable improvement's always nice when you can look back and be like, well, 6 months ago it sucked. Because it's from briefly what I saw from back in January, you were definitely having a hard time. Yeah. So social media has a really good way of warping your brain. So I'm big into. It's funny because like I find people basically via social media. Like I make YouTube shorts and I stream on YouTube and Twitch. Like I do find people that are on the internet. Um, and I give that advice a lot of like if you're struggling with something, stay the fuck off social media. Like, but I do think it's a lot different. Like sitting here talking to me about stuff than doom scrolling. Well, it's a big catch 22 moon. I think depression, like I know what it's like to lay in bed and piss in bottles and not eat or bathe for months at a time. Like I know what that lifestyle is. So like I'm a big advocate for seeking help when you're depressed. But again, it's the same crossfire problem of people use it as a tool. They use it as leverage. I hear it all the time. Oh well, I'll just kill myself, and it's like don't say shit like that because you're crying wolf. And unfortunately, it's gotten like more often than not that's how it is. And in my personal experience, people who are suicidal don't tell anybody. I don't. My sister didn't. Like a bunch of people. More often than not, they don't say a damn thing about it. Yeah, and like that's the thing where I like people that end up trying to search for tags or like how you came across my stream. Like everybody needs people. I prefer to do my peopling like this. I like doing it through streaming. This is how I enjoy peopling. Because I need people, I need to socialize, but I need to be able to be like, all right, I'm done, bye, and just do my own thing after that. So it's very important to talk about your stuff and then showing action. So like when we first met, you weren't really showing too much action. You were still at the talking about it stage, trying to figure shit out, and then it's like, and I'm very happy to hear. Like, I'm sorry you're having a bad luck with your therapist, but I'm very happy to hear that you're going to therapy. Like that's a big fucking important thing because it's an action. Yeah. So like maybe you can try to like the framework like sometimes I get stuck and this is what's going on like you can attempt to frame it differently. Um
because it is when like someone's not displaying any characteristics of depression to treat them for depression. So I don't know how the referral program works where you're at. Only in the United States I know it, but like you end up talking to a psychologist at a certain point in the journey so they can like do an eval on you. Like a therapist can't do an evaluation. A therapist is just a person with a piece of paper. Whereas like a psychologist, they have a degree, they know what questions to ask, they know how to do the full shit and figure out what's going on. Because if you're having, alternating depression with no medication or treatment, that's not actually full depression. That's like a bipolar thing. Like, you know what I mean? All right, so just like give it some time. And like, so you need help, right? Think about this kind of in a logical way. You need help. You're struggling with stuff. Like that's factual. You're emotionally struggling with something. So you sought outside help to fix your struggle because I'm a big believer in my brain will never be able to fix my brain. It's just not possible. So do everything they tell you to do. If your psychiatrist wants you to try this medication, if your therapist wants you to try this grounding exercise, let them treat you. And if the treatment is, well, you're just playing the victim, let them treat the victim. Like straight up be like, all right, how do I stop having a victim mentality? Let's get it rolling. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's kind of wild, Minnie. I don't understand that either. So like, in California, it is illegal to jump off a bridge because they mark it as a suicide attempt, and suicide is against the law. So like, they do end up people try to unalive themselves, and they end up putting them in jail. So like, it's really fucking weird. But I hit that point. It was probably about 2 years ago where I was like straight up like, all right, whatever my doctor tells me, whatever my psychologist tells me, whatever my therapist tells me, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to accept it and do it. And it worked. Like, not perfectly. And I kind of had like a remission in a way when it comes to my own mental health. Because, like, I do what people with my mental health issues like to do. I got on a really good medication routine. I had a decent job. And then I stopped taking my meds. Like, mentally sick people really like to stop taking their meds. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like a, oh, I'm all better type of thing, or, oh, maybe I don't need them, or I feel fine. Why do I have to take them? I don't know. No, it doesn't hurt you at all. It is kind of fucking wild to say. It is a wild thing. Like, I fully agree with that. Like, I have clients at work, and I would not ever picture them coming to me with a problem and being like, "Oh, you're just playing the victim." Like, I would not do that. Um, you gotta act as if in that field. Like, I have my clients, they say stuff sometimes that I just straight up don't believe. Like, but you still gotta act as if and try to treat the problem. You still have to help the problem. That's the job. Um, and like you just said, 3 sessions is not enough. I typically tell people to give it 3 months. In my head, that's 12 sessions, like once a week for 3 months. It's because it's the crossfire thing. It's so many people self-diagnosing and saying they have this, they have this. A big issue I have with is people are, because trauma is trauma. You have to process that. Therapy is for, like, you go to therapy for trauma, emotional, physical, whatever trauma it is. Like, you need, like, therapy will help you 100% with it. The big thing that's like a huge issue now in the world is the conflation of trauma to PTSD. Um, you don't, so like you don't. It's a misconception thing. You don't develop PTSD. Like, you don't. It's not a. I didn't treat my trauma for 10 years, so now I have PTSD.
when you get PTSD, it's simultaneous. You get PTSD right at the event. Boom, you got it. You know what I mean? It's not developed like that. It can be developed over prolonged exposure to something. It can develop like that because you get familiar with you get comfortable in a situation you should not be comfortable in. Or it's a finite, you got PTSD. Like people in the military, it's usually not a hard smash, this thing happened. It's you're exposed to it for too long. Yeah, PTSD is a trauma response. They don't go hand in hand. You can experience trauma without ever having PTSD, but for PTSD you have to have trauma. That's exactly how it works. Every medical textbook you read, any psychological book you read on trauma, you don't just all of a sudden you have it. Your dad got diagnosed with PTSD at 17. He got PTSD at 7 when he was sexually assaulted. So the development you're talking about is the child's brain's superb ability to cordon off bad moments and seal them away and repress them. Similar happened to me. I dealt with that. He didn't develop it. It was always there. Google it. Like you're sitting on some type of mobile device connected to the internet. Google it. What most likely the studies will show is he had a traumatic event that was so bad that he repressed it. And then it unrepresses, but he was acting like someone that had PTSD before he was 17. You know what I mean? That's what PTSD is. You don't have trauma symptoms. You have PTSD symptoms. Trauma doesn't give you symptoms. I don't know if I'm explaining this in the proper way. Maybe I should take my own words. PTSD it's in its own special category. Trauma and PTSD are not conflated to each other. They're not in tandem. You can have trauma without having PTSD. Okay, so you do have trauma responses. This helps a lot. PTSD makes you feel stressed and afraid after the danger is over. It affects your life and the people around you. PTSD starts at different times for different people. Signs of PTSD may start soon after a frightening event and then continue. Other people develop new or more severe signs months or even years later. So you are correct in what you said, that it progressively gets worse. It's a progressive thing. That was the part I was missing. I will secede off of that. 100% you were correct. So that's the confusion. I was wrong. 100%. What I'm saying is the trauma responses I'm talking about. So right, I was sexually assaulted when I was a child for a couple years. I don't like people touching my butt. Right? That's my trauma response. I don't like people touching my butt. Male, female, child, I don't like people touching my butt. PTSD from the military is I am functioning at a fucking weird ass level when it comes to things. My reactions are fucked up. I do cyclical remembrance of it. I indulge the issue. No, you did not. I was 100% wrong. It can present later on. That is true if untreated. But so that's the thing. If it's still kind of the same course of action. I repressed being R-worded for a couple years. I repressed it. It was pushed out of my skull. And then when unrepressed, I had trauma from it. So the trauma was already there. I was already kind of weird with sexual stuff because of it, like especially through my like adolescence. But I don't know. I guess I don't know if it's a new finding. Like flashbacks is a big part of it. Like that's a huge thing of PTSD. But like I've met people like that's the problem we're having because I've met people that are saying I have PTSD and you ask them about their nightmares and like, "Oh, I don't really have nightmares." It's like that's one of the big symptoms. All right, what else do you have? Like do you have anything? Um Most of them are conflated for a long time. You couldn't get diagnosed with PTSD without being in the military for the longest time. And like it becomes like a science thing too, because I'm pretty sure like it'd be reasonable to me that like you cannot really have like because you dream about things that aren't traumatic. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. A lot of people don't know the difference. Like a ton of people don't know the fucking difference. But everybody has trauma at some degree. Every single person on the planet has trauma in some degree. My favorite analogy is I'm very used to breaking my bones, but some people are only used to only knows like their worst pain is stubbing their toe or banging their shin. Like that's the failure of unique experience. And I refuse to put it on a spectrum. Like especially PTSD, I refuse to put it on a spectrum. I won't do it. Because it does. You fucking start living your entire life different and interacting with people different. Like, it's not, so sometimes I have a nightmare, or sometimes, you know, this happens. Like, it's usually kind of cookie cutter. Like, there's, like, a good example I can use with my own personal. I'm pretty good about most things. If you try to touch my face, or if you come up behind me, like you come up to somebody sitting down and you try to give them a hug from behind them, I will fucking snap. I will go berserk. It's all over. I flip people over my shoulder and fucking blacked out. Like it's, you know, to me that is a PTSD exclusive. You know what I mean? It's extremely frustrating to me that people don't know the difference. It does. It bothers like part of my soul that people don't know the difference. That a traumatic thing happened. I you know, my mom died when I was 8. Oh, what was the death? Oh, she had cancer and she went really slow. She actually died in her sleep. It's like, okay, something bad happened to you. Where's the PTSD part? That's a big one I hear of confusing like grief with PTSD. Like I held my son while he died, and it was over the course of like 10 days. It was long and drawn out. I remember every last he had. I don't have PTSD from it. I can't even really say it was traumatic. It was just a really, really fucked up, horrible thing that happened. But it didn't give me PTSD. Yeah. And like that's the thing, like I could see that. Like that's the only way I can really see it. Is like if something really traumatic happens to you, and like you repress it or you kind of ignore the feelings and you kind of just like it's kind of like when you wipe out real hard on a bicycle that you don't really realize how fucking hurt you are, and then all of a sudden it's like you stop being able to like hold it down and keep it constrained. I can see that with some things, especially like sexual assault. You know it, and then that's a big one. People are looping in, well, he touched my leg, that's sexual assault. That is way the fuck different than being R-worded. Like, I can completely see people getting PTSD for being R-worded. 100%. How could you not? It's, the whole thing is violent, and it's a very negatively surreal moment. Like, you can for sure get PTSD from that. But someone touching your shoulder, and that's the thing, words are starting no longer having weight to them because it offends some people sometimes. Like, that's the reason why, if I said the R word out loud right now, there's a good chance that I would have strikes on my Twitch account from Automod, just from Twitch is always listening. YouTube does the same thing. If I said it out loud, I'd be shut down for a bit. So, but hey, like as far as the future trip and stuff, you're getting on top of it now. So like that's a thing. I've also never. Hold on, I'm gonna have to pay closer attention to this. I've also never realized that saying something is partially your fault is invalidating yourself into thinking it wasn't that bad. Okay, I've heard that a lot. I've heard that a lot from people actually. Of like, you know, maybe I let him on, you know, maybe you know he thought it was like a playful no, I wasn't strong with the boundary, like stuff like that. Mini Ghoster, catch you later, man. It was good talking to you, and it's good to hear that you're fucking kicking life's ass now. And I hope to talk to you soon. I'm always around in Discord if you want to shoot the shit or whatever. But yeah, that's just stuff I don't. It irks me. Because then the fallback argument is you don't know my experience, and it's like it's psychology, and we're slowly changing it. And I don't know how we're changing psychology. I know you learn things and things develop, but like, you know, for a long time, homosexual people, we thought they were like mutations or something. You know what I mean? And it turns out they were like, oh, scientifically, they're not. They're just normal people and they have different preferences. Okay. And like, we accepted that and we were fine with it. What's up, Frosty? How you doing, broski? I've been streaming almost every Saturday and Sunday night for a couple months now, actually. How you been? How you be? And then, like, the self-diagnosis of things has to stop. That has to stop. That can't keep being a thing. Like, I know so many people that say they have bipolar 1, and I'm like, oh, when's the last time you were hospitalized? They're like, oh, I'm not actually diagnosed. It's like, okay, well, the only way they diagnose bipolar 1 is when you end up in a psych hospital because you tried to unalive yourself, or you were found wandering down Main Street with your dick out. Like, there's a psychotic break or a depressive episode that ends horribly. That's how bipolar 1 works. Oh, I've always smoked. Oh, you missed the part of me being homeless and living in a garage, Frosty. It's been well over a year, I think. If you're missing quite a bit. When's the last time we spoke? Yeah, you're missing quite a bit of backfill, bud. You're used to me streaming inside a home that did not allow smoking. So you used to see me vaping. Yeah, that was pre-homeless. I'm in my friend's detached garage, and I'm allowed to smoke in here, so I smoke. But I still vape. I actually don't smoke all that much. What's up, music? How you doing? It's my favorite and my longest lasting coping mechanism, but I hate the fact that I smoke. So, Moon, I was strongly urged to not pursue any type of degree in psychology because I have the temperament and default to get in my own head with it. And I actually watched my sister Lynette analyze herself, and she spun out from it. You know what I mean? Oh, awesome music. I'm happy to hear it. You sound so well-spoken using well instead of good because it's proper English. Hell yeah. I just really like nicotine. I got fucking cigarettes, a vape, actual fucking flavor chew. I have those pouch things somewhere. In my pocket, maybe? In my pocket. I have all the sources. But I don't smoke near as much as I used to. I'm at like a pack every 4 days, 5 days. And before, even when I was streaming inside, I was ripping down a pack or two.
Like, I've had this roll of chew for like fucking over a month. Vapes last me about a month. It's the Zyn pouches. It's the chew that you can swallow shit that fucking lasts forever. I go through like one of those a day. Mow through one at work, you know what I mean? What have you been up to today, Mr. Music? But yeah, like I quit heroin in 2013, cold turkey. Kicked it in rehab. No problem. Walked right through it. Haven't done it since. I kicked alcohol. Again, cold turkey back in 2019. Haven't done any drugs or anything. I cannot stop nicotine. It's so fucking hard, dude. I don't know what it is so fucking addictive, and there's a huge psychological and physical component to it. Like, I have like quit everything there is to quit, and like I can't stop nicotine. It's had its hooks in me since I was like fucking 8 years old. And like that's the mentality behind it too. Like I quit doing all the street drugs, I quit drinking, I quit doing all this stuff. And then I go immediately, I'm like, well, I quit all that. Why should I quit smoking? Like the mentality is fucking bizarre. Frosty, what have you been up to, bud? How's life been treating you? I don't know where the fuck my ashtray went. They threw it away, maybe? Oh, they did. They threw my ashtray away. Aw, that was such a good compliment. I'm about to turn 32. So hopefully you quit by then. It is it's like on the goals list. I don't want to smoke forever. I fucking hate that I smoke. I hate that I ever started, but hating it all you want won't do nothing. And I cyclically try. I try every now and again to just quit. I've done really well at cutting down. So I'll take that as the win. It is a win that I've cut down a lot. Even my doctor was like, "Oh shit, good job," because I was putting nicotine in. Same with caffeine. I don't really drink energy drinks anymore. Like one a shift at work, so I'm probably drinking 3 or 4 energy drinks a week, and before it was like 3 or 4 a day. You know what I mean? In general, I do like that they're starting to. I hate it because it affects me in a way I don't want it to affect me, but I do like how California is slowly starting to ban it out. I know other countries are like they're still currently sending them, but then it's like once this generation, like this age gap is gone, they're just going to take them off the shelves. Because they do it now. Like there's a legal age or whatever, but if you were born after this amount of time, it don't matter if you're the legal age. You know what I mean? I'm way less tired. I'm also in a better mood. When you were coming around in January, you came here on the exact day my son passed away. So I was on my way downhill when the last time you were here. So like that's the whole thing. I forget pretty easily that I have my own shit too. That in January I was working like 5 or 6 shifts. I was working like fucking. My small weeks were 60 hours and my big ones were like 70. So I was working a lot, depressed, but I made it through it. So my energy levels are returning. So it's an important thing. Yeah, I wasn't having the best time for a little while. Cycles, ebbs and flows. I don't think anybody has consistent emotion forever. Like nobody's happy all the time or for long stretches of time, always. Oh, did I miss it? Somebody has subbed on YouTube, and I missed it. So if it was on Twitch, I would have got it. Well, whoever you are, if you're still around, thank you. Yeah, thanks for that, Moon. You sub music. Thank you very much for the sub. It's not popping up. I'm doing multi-stream, and still, for whatever reason, at around like you're not even showing up in a. Oh, I'm not. I don't even have my multi-stream tab open. Oh, you are. Well, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate you. I try to do like mental health focus things and have like a little mental health space. We get a community in the Discord. I do. I genuinely enjoy that there's like people doing shit in the Discord again. It makes me feel good. But you just chat. I do live a couple days a week, couple like a night and a morning a week or whatever. When I have days off, just to hang around to chat. Sometimes I'm playing random games or whatever, and then I make shorts on like my feelings and kind of what I got going on in life. Yeah, you want the Discord? Yeah, we built a whole ass mental health Discord. Let me get that for you. And it's got like different chat rooms and stuff. It was a lot more vibrant and active. Before I started kind of crumbling a little bit. But yeah, we have stuff in there on coping skills. Like there's a few of us that are down to talk if you ever need to talk to somebody. That's the best way to reach me. And I've been really, really responsive over the last month or so because I'm trying to kickstart it back in. So like, yeah, if you ever need someone to talk to, like you can usually get me on there. And then we have a guy, Wimmy. Wimmy's really, he gives really solid advice. He's a good dude. He's got his own struggles as well, but he's a solid guy. He's one of the admins there. There's a few solid people. A couple people have come in from YouTube and you know, they like to chat, and you know, we're all just kind of like-minded. Just trying to do a little. I started the community about a year ago, I think. Maybe around a year ago, maybe less. But it's centered around just a support group. If you don't have one, we're here, type of thing. And I think it's been helpful to some. Oh, welcome. I'm trying to kick it back up, but I do a gratitude list every day, stuff like that. I'm trying to get it moving forward again to its former glory. But yeah, we have like resource rooms. There's all these different lists of coping skills that we put in there. Different stuff on grief. There's the initial chat rooms that are in there are supposed to be designed so like if you're struggling with depression, you can, you know, vent stuff off or like have open conversations that are topic specific. We put neurodivergent in there. I was diagnosed. I'm probably higher up on the functionality. I'm way higher up on the functionality scale. But I was diagnosed with Asperger's in '98. And my sister is developmentally disabled. So I thought it was a good place. We have an admin that's developmentally disabled as well. She's currently on the mend. So I haven't been able to talk to her in a while. But I take all kinds. I don't care who you are or what you identify as or political views on that shit. That is specifically just a mental health place. Like, I do want people to be comfortable in there. Like, yeah. And, like, that's the thing. Like, I have a coworker, and she was talking about having an autistic brother. I was like, well, is he, like, 1990 autistic or 2020 autistic? And she knew exactly what I meant. She was like, he's nonverbal. I was like, okay. So like there's a difference because like I understand that like I can understand like like that, I can understand the spectrum. I get that like some people have it worse than others. Especially because like you can clearly be autistic and still be able to talk and like work and stuff. Like I get that. Um, so like I want to put that in there specific to autistic people. Um, it's specific to autistic people actually. Uh, but like we had somebody, he was dyslexic and he's talking about like struggles with dyslexia. Like it's just it's supposed to be common ground that if you're struggling with something, maybe we can help a little. I'm very high functioning, so like it is Asperger's. This like a lot of people, it throws people off when I say I'm technically autistic. It was Asperger's back in '98. I was in special ed. Like there was stuff. I'm not dumb. I think people conflate mental illness, like disorders and illnesses, and being autistic with being dumb. You're not stupid just because you're those things. You know what I mean? What's up, Key Rex? How you doing? But this is like since 1998, I have done about 13 years of reconditioning therapy. So like, this is I can typically gauge things properly if that makes any sense, and act accordingly. I taught myself how to respond differently. I'm doing good. Just hanging out, chatting. Was listening to the Moon talk about her forward momentum when it comes to mental health. So just drinking and chilling. Fuck yeah. What are you drinking? I'm tabbing like crazy. Okay, there we go. Vodka and Sprite. That doesn't sound like something I'd ever do. Yeah, I feel you, Moon. I'm right there with you. No, actually, I got sober April 1st of 2019. So that's the first of next month. I'll have 5 years sober off of all drugs and alcohol. So nothing for me. I got water. Good old tap water. Oh, thank you. This is try number 2. The first time I got sober was in 2013, and I made it 6 years, and I relapsed for a couple months. But I got back to it. What's wild, Moon? What's the wild part? I lose train of thought sometimes. No, I don't count myself short. I actually drew the relapse kind of reminded me who I was because like when I got sober, I was displaying the same behaviors of when I was living the life. Like, and it was wild. I know this sobriety is a lot stronger than the original one. I'm taking it's a lot more serious to me, and I protect it more. I hit a place in the old one of like, oh, this is good enough, and it wasn't. Oh, you just started? Yeah, no. I washed up in a rehab when I was 20. Um, I'm a firm believer if it was only alcohol, I would have stayed drinking for my whole life. But I got into to heroin and pills and coke and stuff. So I dumpstered my life really quick. Actually, I did hard street drugs longer than I drank. You started late. It makes sense. Yeah, I'm proud of my sobriety. Yeah, that was the big one with alcohol for me. It helped me forget and it helped me get to sleep because I've always had sleep issues. Oh, thank you, T Rex. Appreciate that, bud.
it's one of those weird things. Like a lot of people do acknowledge it. It's a good thing. It is a really good thing. I'm proud of myself for it too. But it's like I don't know. It's weird. I just got really lucky, Moon. It has nothing to do like I don't know the rhyme or reason like why I survived it, but my sister overdosed in 2019. Like I don't know what differentiated us. We had the same childhood, like we had some different life experience and shit. I got really lucky. I can't attribute it to personal strength or anything like that because I clearly didn't have it. Um, I attribute it to I just got lucky. I got away with playing Russian roulette longer than she did. You know what I mean? Actually, I think yeah. So February, March, April. So yeah, it's in a couple weeks actually. It sneaks up on me. I forget. I forget both my sobriety date and my birthday every year. Usually, if I'm like talking about it in casual conversation, it'll be brought up. But if like when the day actually comes, I don't really think about the date. Usually, my girlfriend or someone will be like, "Hey, happy whatever birthday." Like, oh yeah, that's right. Well, that's the thing. Like, I am kind of valued at the best employee where I work. I'm fucking very very good with the clients. I'm very good with the paperwork. I'm very good with the understanding. Like, and it a lot of it is because I can sit there and go. I used to be hearing stuff and seeing stuff, and I couldn't hold a job and all this stuff. And like, you can make it out. I'm still broken, but not even near as much as I was. Like, personal experience goes a long way. You know. I get uncomfortable. I'm sure you notice the wave of it. I don't do it's one of those things I really 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 want compliments, but when I get them I get very uncomfortable. I don't know if it's legitimate humility, false humility, some type of social response. I don't know what it is. But I really really want the compliments, but then I get them and I'm like yuck. Uh, so it's strange. And I don't even look at it. So like I don't know. Like I've had people call me humble, and I'm like, well, am I humble? Is it just false humility? Am I being humble because I'm supposed to be humble in this situation? Because if not, I'm arrogant. But I know I'm an arrogant person, and I'm kind of it's this whole it's a big cluster of fuck. I have looked at it. I've looked a lot about how I operate as a person from step work and like a lot of therapy and hospitalizations and just I went through the ringer with all that stuff basically since I was 8. My first hospitalization I was 8. My first mental health hospitalization I was 8. I was at a it's got value. I hit a point. I guess I looking back at it I can see why people thought I was angry. But I hit a point where I was like, from now on, I'm gaslighting myself. Fuck everything. I'm not doing it. If I'm actually struggling with a legitimate struggling, I'm just going to call myself a bitch and keep it moving. Like, and people are like, dude, like, chill, bro. And I'm like, no, like, I'm just done with fucking everything being a struggle. And that's because for like daily, all day long, for like over a year, I've been digging into what makes me function, how to improve this, or like there are big ones, how to be less confrontational, how to be less reactionary. Like I've been digging into it long and thorough.
And I just hit a point where like I gotta learn that sometimes I gotta give myself a break, and that's where it was coming from. I was like, I'm gassed out. I need to give myself a break. You know what I mean? Welcome back, Mag.
Welcome back, sir. Yeah. Well, the big thing, like, so I hear it a lot with especially moms, new mothers, of feeling like they're a terrible parent. And it's funny because I had terrible parents. A terrible parent don't give a fuck if they're a terrible parent. It's a conundrum. You're a good parent if you care if you're a good parent, and a bad parent don't even think about it. It's one of those weird things. My stepdaughter's like that. She always feels like she's doing something to fail, and I'm like, if you were a shitty parent, you wouldn't care. You'd be too busy being a shitty parent. Like only good parents give a fuck, and it's the same way with mental health stuff. And like, there's stuff I'm beginning to want to advocate for that I never thought I would. The predominant one actually being narcissism. Not being not narcissism. Having narcissistic personality disorder. That's a disorder. They can't help that. You can fix it. You can acknowledge it and go to therapy. You can 100% fix it. But it's a disorder. You can't help it. That is how your brain functions. So like, and that's one of the things that it's labeled. Typically, from what I've seen, I don't know stats on it. I don't have numbers. Typically from women, whatever happened with their ex didn't work out, so he's a narcissist, straight narcissist. And it's like, well, no, I've seen it. I've seen men do it to people on social media and stuff. Oh, what a narcissist! You can tell she's a narcissist, and it's like, wait, where are you getting that from? How are you diagnosing this off of a 35-second video? But like, if it's a disorder, it's a disorder. They can't help. You can't help a disorder. It's, you know. Yeah, and like I would say both of my parents is like are they're actual narcissists. And like I assure you, my parents were not asking anybody if they were doing a good job at parenting. I have cigarette scars and fucking horrible stories from my childhood with my parents. They were not good people. And I know for a fact they weren't calling someone going, I feel guilty because of this. Like, did I handle this right? Am I a bad person for this? They weren't doing any of that shit. No fucking way they were. So it becomes like an interesting dynamic where like people with low self-esteem, like usually it's like the shit you get low self-esteem about is either stuff out of your control or stuff you're handling correctly anyway. When it comes to like confidence and like being a parent or a partner to somebody, like a lot of it's like that of like, well, maybe I fucked this up, maybe I'm being a dickhead, like, whatever. And that's the thing, like so like it depends on how you catch me. Like a lot of people really love my personality. I'm a lot different in person than I am on stream. I do have like a little streaming persona. I'm a lot more understanding and articulate, and I have a lot of shock humor. So people just I'm not some people's cup of tea, whatever. It doesn't really bother me. But like some people are just straight up like I know for a fact my friends are going to say horrible things about me at my funeral and good things. Both things can be true, and that's a fucking really good thing right there. You can be a shit parent but a good person. They don't correlate to each other. A lot of people loved my father. He was loved in the community. It was not just
People liked him. He was loved at church. He was loved in the community. Everybody loved that man. Horrible fucking human being. Like, from my perspective, because he was my parent, right? So, horrible parent. Like, it is what it is. But people fucking loved him. So, it's, you know, just because you have one perspective on somebody doesn't mean that's the only perspective. And, like, parenting, a lot of shit happens behind closed doors. So it's stuff that the public's not privy to anyway. And that's the thing. He's sick. Like, it's not uncommon for people with terminal illnesses to be really shitty to their loved ones towards the end. Like, and I do think mental health needs to be looked at similarly. That, like, if you're sick, you're sick. But where I draw the line is there's got to be accountability. So, like, okay, you got narcissistic personality disorder. Are you trying to fix it? No, you're okay with it. Okay, then you're being an asshole. You know what I mean? And, like, you just have to, it's a treatment thing. There's got to be accountability. Like, I have a lot of trauma in my past. I have a ton of trauma in my past. I have combat PTSD. Like, I got shit going on. I'm like very, very, I can't stress it enough. I'm very bipolar. But, like, at the end of the day, that's not the cashier's fault. And I will make it the cashier's fault. Oh, what a fucking dumb bitch. What's wrong with her? Like, yada, yada, yada. It's like, did the projection much? Like, it ain't her fucking fault. Leave her alone. You know? Yeah, and it's an ego thing. For sure. I straight wrote my mom off. I tried. I called her every Friday after I got off of work for the rule. I was going to do it for a year. I had committed myself to a year. And I set boundaries. And she repeatedly broke the boundaries. And she's cut off. I will never talk to my mother again. My dad, I talk to him maybe once a month. Like, that's completely fine. He's sick. I'm not able to go see him or anything, so I've already said my goodbyes to him. But I talk to him maybe maybe not once a month, maybe once every 2 months. On average. And, like, that's the big issue too. A lot of people think, oh, they're your parents. You have to love them. They're your parents, though. It's like, that doesn't really hold any weight or merit to me. Like, okay, cool, they're my parents. Like, I've had sex. It's not a hard achievement. It's like, it's not hard to do. It's not like they literally built me and put all this love and energy into it. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, they're your parents. You're supposed to love them and care about them. It's like, they put 3 minutes of fucking effort into making me. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I am the product of 2 adults grunting for a couple minutes. Like, that's all that means. And it is fucking legitimately wild to me that, like, that's supposed to mean something. I don't know. Might be a hot take. I have no fucking clue. I didn't think I would ever want kids, but I ended up having 2. I had 2 beautiful children. And man, they changed. Fucking holding my daughter for the first time literally changed my political views. Like, it was a fucking thing. It's scary as fuck, though. But it was fucking straight wild. That's viable. Like there's a lot of kids waiting to be adopted. A lot of people, a lot of kids that need a good home and stuff. Oh, hydrate again? You're gonna make me fucking wet myself in my sleep, bro. It's pretty good though. I've almost drank in this whole thing. I filled this. Making me fucking hydrate and shit. Shit. Yeah, that's a very rational, legitimate decision, man. Do. But yeah, it's I was definitely not prepared to have a child, but shit happens. I was putting a lot of effort in. It's still neither of them are in my life now, but it's still the most important thing I ever did. It did. It's funny to think about it. It legit. I was like, so to accurately define it, I was like pretty liberal in my early 20s. Shortly after my daughter was born, I was a hyper conservative. Like it was that jarring. It just one side to the other. Whoop! Like my political party changed, like fucking everything. Like it was crazy. I don't know. I get a lot of like, so it. You can tell my mental status off of two things: my body odor and if I need a belt or not. Because those are the first two things that go. I stop eating correctly, so I either gain too much weight, I gain a lot of weight, or I lose a lot of weight. But while that's happening, I'm usually not bathing properly, and that's not even specific to depression. That's specific to mental illness, schizophrenia, DID, like the big ones. That's specific. It can be like for a period of my life when I was actively suffering from PTSD, because there is a difference. I have PTSD. I'm probably gonna have it my whole life. I don't think it goes away. I personally don't think it goes away, but I'm not suffering from it currently.
Like that's a huge distinction. It's part of me, not all of me, type of thing. But like it's the same thing. Like if you have poor mental health, you don't take care of your hygiene for shit ever. I had pretty good spurts. I'm a lot better now than I have previously been. Having a job helps. Especially at a mental health facility because I don't want to have worse hygiene than my clients. So like it's a weird way to frame it. So that helps. I try to like because I'll still occasionally go like a couple days if I have days off. I'm trying to be better about it. I've gotten a lot better at brushing my teeth. A lot fucking better at brushing my teeth. So like that's a win. But yeah, it's like, and a lot of people like, because it's even me, like knowing the other end, I'd be like, yeah, brushing your teeth every couple times a day and taking a shower every day. Wash your ass, brush your teeth, change your clothes. Simple, put on deodorant. But like, it ain't simple for someone who's depressed. That's the hardest thing you can ask them to do. So it's like, it's one of those weird things. And it does get easier, and it takes practice. It's practice. Like you'll have, especially with therapy, you'll have like a lot of aha moments of like, oh shit, that makes sense, and stuff will start clicking into place. But I call it trudging the road to happy destiny. Is how I refer to it as, because it's 2 steps forward, 1 and 7/8 steps back. Like you're in this perpetual state of whoop 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 whoop. But it gets better and shit gets easier. And that's all. That's any type of healing is the best you can when you can. Like that's it. Like I think people have this like preconceived notion that you start going to therapy and you're all better. Like I have been in and out of therapy more in than out for fucking 15 years. And like it's made me a lot better, but this is where I'm at in my journey. I'm still emotionally unstable, do you know what I mean? Oh, everything. I used to like, so there's commercials. I remember watching them in the early 2000s. There was commercials on TV about depression. And it was talking about everything being painful and everything being hard. Like taking a shower is hard, brushing your teeth and hair is hard. Like it was talking about that specifically. Socializing, eating properly, like it's all very challenging when you don't even care about your life. Like if I don't care if I'm alive or dead, why do I care about the electric bill? Why do I care about checking the mail? Why do I care about anything? Like I don't care about me. So like that has always been very interesting to me. That people just don't seem to understand that part. That's a weird one. When you've been depressed for a minute and like I spent probably close to 2 years full blown depression. Like bare minimum to survive. Like peeing in bottles and hiding them under the bed, showering maybe once a month on average. I spent like a good 2 year chunk. Longest depression I've ever had was like 2020 to 2022. And like when I started coming out of it, it was so jarring. I was like, whoa, I have been sick. Like, yeah, because it's like it's an intermittent thing. Like when you suffer from like, yeah, it's a long time. It's an intermittent thing. Some people think like clinical depression means you're just always depressed, and it's like no, it comes and goes. Like your brain kind of sometimes accidentally makes the right chemicals, and you're not depressed for a bit, but like It ebbs and flows. And like that's the thing, like it's changed. So it's no longer like clinical depression's not really a diagnosis anymore. It's bipolar. They'll say it's bipolar 2. And then you have someone like me that experiences straight mania, and I'm like, that's not you're not we're not the same. We're not doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's all perspective. I was actually talking to my stepson about it today. Like, we were talking about puppy love. That's the only love you know. It feels super real, super deep, super important. But when you're 50 and you're on your second wife, you're like, it wasn't real love. You know what I mean? People think they have mania, and like mania, you detach from your reality. You're gone. You get extremely paranoid. Like it's this whole fucking bag of worms that comes with mania. Bipolar 2, you get hypomanic. That's it. You get a depression and hypomania. And I believe it's just from contrast. So if you go from depressed to normal or happy, it feels like an extreme. It's a shift. But hypomania is just like you're a little happier than normal for some reason. Like that's all hypomania is. Mania is like you're fucking out of your mind. It's going better. I am still half homeless, so I spend a large majority of my downtime in my friend's detached garage. I've been working though, and things are getting better with me and Anna, and you know, my stepson called me today because he needed some advice and someone to talk to. I think that's a huge marker for improvement. Yeah, and that's like mania is like it's apples and oranges. Like they're fucking so different. And like that's the thing. Like people forget like because then there's bipolar is bipolar, right? So there's bipolar 1, bipolar 2. If you just say bipolar, like I'm very quick to be like 1 or 2. If they say they don't know which one, it's 2. Because the only way to get a diagnosis of bipolar 1 is hospitalization. You have to have either tried to unalive yourself or had a psychotic break. Like that's the only way to get the diagnosis. It's the DSM-5 criteria for the diagnosis. Like it shortly after you are handcuffed to a hospital bed your first time is when you're diagnosed. And like I do it's bizarre shit. I get paranoid. I start thinking people are doing stuff intentionally to fuck with me. Like it's I start making up like shit in my head seems so fucking real. It seems so fucking real. And it's not real. I come out of it, I'm like, that wasn't real. Or I even like, hey, did you do this? Was that real? Because like there was times where like I thought like my stepson and my fiance were like hiding shit on me. I have a bad memory. My memory's dog shit. And I literally had convinced myself that they were intentionally, when I was sleeping, hiding my things. Like it, you know what I mean? It just gets nuts. Scandinavian Traveler, how you been, man? It's good to see you again. It's always good to see returning customers on the YouTube side. That is awesome. How you doing? And it is hereditary, but it's got a lot of environmental implications to having bipolar. You're more likely to get it if your parents have it, but that's because bipolar people are raising you. I'm doing good as well. I'm just fucking chilling. Like it's been real chill Scandinavian, having some discussions about mental health and just kicking it. Probably Frosty. It's usually a drastic turn. It's not like a oh, I started watching her slide downhill. Bipolar 1 is very much like, oh, they seemed completely normal and then they're depressed, or oh, they seem depressed and now they're fucking checking our room for fucking cameras. Like that was another one I haven't shared with Anna either. My girl is like, I thought for sure there was cameras in the house for a while. Like it is weird shit, you know what I mean? It's super important, and that's what I've been trying to build the community off of is I'm big into mental health communication. The discussions need to happen, and I try to advocate for it. I have my own opinions on things, but when it comes to individuals, I'm not here to diagnose anybody. I can listen to you or give you advice. I think society overall is full of shit, but I would never tell an individual, hey, you're full of shit, you don't got this, that's not for me to say, type of thing. But my whole jam for like about a year now is making a mental health community. So it's sometimes like originally it started with me on this really shitty laptop, just like this. Just, here's a video of me. I'm just here talking. But sometimes I play video games in stream, but it's all about the mental health stuff now. I mean, I don't lie myself, and what she said was an episode. Yeah, so it sounds like an episode. That sounds like an episode for sure. Well, I'm glad you set the boundary. That's unacceptable. Like, that's a big one with me and my bipolar. You have to kind of set the boundary. There's going to be some type of consequence or something, because if not, I'll fucking run wild. You once thought time travel was real? Who knows? Could be. I have the belief that it's a dimension, and like you can walk forward, you can jump up, you can fucking lay down, like, you know what I mean? Side to side. So if it's a dimension, like, you should be able to move through it. That's big brain stuff that I can't comprehend. You know, like what a black hole does, like what's on the other side. I don't fucking know. My brain don't work like that. Oh, so yeah, you were just in delusion. Like, yeah, that's different. That's similar to that's similar to what it's like to be manic. That's very similar to what it's like to be full-blown manic. Disillusionment is, I think, what the actual term for it is, when you're no longer part of the actual reality. That's why, like, I tell people it's fascinating. It's not a 0% chance that you are currently in a psych ward in a straitjacket right now. It's possible. Your brain is very strong. Your brain is very strong. Like, you could literally be in a loony bin right now, in a straitjacket, hallucinating, watching me stream and talking to me. You know what I mean? Like, it's a real possibility. Steve, how you doing, man? How you been, dude? It's good to see you. Another returning customer. That tells me I started streaming too late. Couple thumbs up, hell yeah. But yeah, the human brain is fucking absurdly strong. You warp your whole perception of space and time just because, like, of a couple chemicals or like some synapses firing wrong. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's like when I don't think it's a harmful delusion, but the whole, like, are we living in a simulation thing? We could be. Could be. So the possibility is not zero. Dude, that's a lot of emotional maturity, Frosty. That's a lot of emotional maturity, dude. To be like, I'm 18, I can't deal with that shit. That's fucking legit, dude. No, everybody is like, I'm just super big into, like, it's okay to have problems, but you're accountable and responsible for them. Like, it's not someone else's job to do your stuff for you. And I think society as a whole has lost that understanding. Because now the narrative is, I have some type of issue and I need society to make it better for me. And like that, I couldn't imagine that. like trying to pass laws because like having combat PTSD, trying to get laws passed to make people like accept that sometimes I might snap and beat someone's ass at work. Make it okay. You can't fire me for it. Like that's not. That's a dangerous approach. It's a boundaries thing. I think that's all it is. Like it's okay to have boundaries. Like I'm with that with the trans movement. If a boundary is you misidentifying them, then it's your boundary. Stay away from that person. Don't interact with them. Boom. That's a pragmatic, responsible solution to it. Like, oh, my uncle keeps misgendering me. Stop talking to your uncle. You've told him 50 times. You set the boundary. He didn't follow it. Tell him to go fuck himself. There's nothing wrong with that. That's healthy. That's like what I was talking about earlier. I don't like anybody touching my butt. If someone kept touching my butt, I'd be like, all right, like, here's the line in the sand. You do it again, I'm punching you in the mouth. You know what I mean? Why do you have a hard time asking for help? Asking for help is just, I think, extremely difficult for every human being because part of being human being is having an ego that doesn't like to be challenged. And that's the thing. It's not if someone's going to encroach your boundaries, it's not their responsibility to reset them. Like it is one of those things. If you let someone do it, you're making it okay to do it. You know what I mean? So that's the hard part. If you can't reiterate or healthily communicate your boundaries, that's not the other person's fault because then it's relying on them to read your mind. That's exactly it, Frosty. Like that's the bipolar I deal with. Some people meet me like back when I was going to my 12-step meetings. I was going every like to 4 different meetings every single week. I was responsible for the money at 2 of them. Like I ran one of them. Like and it was every week for like a year and a half. I was going, and some people were just not understanding. Like, wow, you just seemed so happy last week, and now you're a dick. I was like, yeah, I'm bipolar. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. Like my bad. And like I started learning how to keep my mouth shut when I was feeling that way. Like don't make my personal problems someone else's personal problems because it's compounding problems. I don't want to be the person either that's waiting for society to fix everything for me. That's also an issue with mental health stuff. Traveler is like part of mental health stuff is thinking your problems are unique. It's most of them are isolation. Like especially bipolar, depression, PTSD. You don't want to be around anybody. You isolate. You hold inward. And then there's like this weird feeling of like, well, nobody would understand because my problems are unique to me. Like, how would they ever know? But like we've talked about, like we both have things in common. Being sexually abused, we have that in common. And like if we didn't talk about it, we wouldn't know. You know what I mean? Thank you, Mag. I appreciate your input, sir. Strawberries are actually my favorite food, funnily enough. You don't want to be the person that thinks others will fix shit for them. Yes, that is exactly it. I don't want to be that fucking person either. And that, yeah, exactly, Steven. That's what we were talking about earlier. Like, to fix a problem, there has to be an action. Talking about it, it's great. Talking to your buddies about it, you know, getting some support and some loving and some understanding, that's all great. It's not as great as therapy because therapy is the action of going to a therapist and talking about your problems. It's an actionable thing. It's like we were talking about earlier. Like How do I help someone with their depression? Take them for walks. Make them touch grass, get some sunlight. Have them do some action. Yeah, it's hard to come to terms with stuff like that, Frosty. But yeah, that's like where stuff's at. Like it's I'm big into accountability. Like if anybody watches my shorts, it is such a cross section of my day. I do actions every day to improve my mental health. I'm on top of all that stuff. But I still have shit moments. But I'm progressing. Like fuck, if you guys could have, if I was streaming 10 years ago, firstly I would be banned from Twitch and probably interacting with any other human being on the planet. But like, I wish I had video of me 10 years ago. I have changed so fucking much as a person, and it has not been pretty. Working is super important for me. I deteriorate very fast if I don't have a reason to get up in the morning. That's like what we were talking about too. Like mental wellness affects your personal hygiene. And it's the weird feeling of, well, if I felt better, I would shower more. And that's what it feels like. That's what your feelings are telling you. And the reality is, if you showered more, you'd feel better. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking weird that your feelings tell you one thing and it's always way off of actual reality. It's like super bizarre. And it can be hard to keep it together. Like, I regress. It's ebb and flow. All mental illness is like that. Not just specific to bipolar. All mental health stuff is, it's ebb and flow. You got to take the good with the bad. But like a lot of people, like I would assume there's a lot of people out there on YouTube that think like I'm just the deranged lunatic and I'm fucked off and I'm struggling and I'm doing all this shit. And it's like, I'm not suffering. I have hard moments. That's what's been nice over the past year or so. I have hard moments, or maybe a hard day. A while back, I was having hard months. Like, so that portion of it has improved a shitload for me. That is huge improvement. Like, I was in a funk around my daughter's birthday, and I was in a funk around the death date of my son for a couple weeks. It lasted a minute. The son one lasted a little bit longer, probably like 2 months. But 2 months of the year before, I was burning 10 months of the year. You know what I mean? So it's stark comparison. Yeah, and that's a big one too. Like part of the 12-step program, like the 12th step is to go help other people. Like it's a huge component of, I think, mental health is you got to go do shit with other people or for other people. I think it helps. You got to get out of yourself. And I think that's why, typically speaking, hyper-religious people are usually more well-adjusted. Like, despite their views or whatever, usually they are more well-adjusted because the sense of community is intact. Yeah, it's got to be. There's a couple years of my life where I couldn't even lift my feet and I had to shuffle Traveler. Like that's just how it goes. So like it's one of those weird things. Like sense of community is extremely important in the United States. Outside of being almost like a fanatical churchgoer, the sense of community is gone. But like if I'm next door helping someone bring in their groceries, I'm not paying attention to my shit. If I'm depressed, I'm not paying attention to it. I'm talking to this nice old man about random shit and him splitting wood at fucking 8 every single morning. Yeah, I don't lose years. Like from the age of 19 to 23, those years were gone. I don't have them. A lot of it I don't even remember because of mania and shit. Like I'm missing chunks of my life. 2019, I'm missing a good chunk of that. Like it's just now it's like, damn, I had a hard time last week. Thanks. I'm glad it's over. And like that's the thing. That's part of one of the things I started noticing because initially it started out with like looking at statistics about services for men, particularly, and we don't really have any when it comes to mental health. We're just kind of
left high and dry. And I was like, well, I think a lot of people are just kind of left high and dry, especially with the community component. So I was like, there's an issue in a void in society, and I was like, well, it's not in a huge way, and who knows if it'll actually help people. But I started the Discord. Like, we started the Discord, the stream started it, and it was to make a community. Like, I think face-to-face interaction is very important, but like, if you can't get it, you gotta go the next best thing. Thank you, I do have a shiny head. Actually, my 3 clients at work were making fun of it, because when I first went into work, right after it was shaved, they were like, you know. And that's okay. Like, it's, you know what I mean, Traveler? Like, it happens. Like, and I got it. I got the lottery was shit for me. My lifetime lottery was bad, but it could have been worse. Like, I work with people who are schizophrenic that like are getting told horrible things, and they don't understand what's happening, why they're where they're at. They don't trust their food. Like, it could be worse. It could be worse. Does have value. It is an acceptable, healthy mindset. And it draws a lot of people. Like what we have out there is like, you can join a church. I'm an atheist. I don't have any interest in going to church or conception of God. I haven't found Jesus because I'm not looking, and that's okay. I was in a gang for a short time between the ages of 13 and 15 when I was living in Boston. I'm all set with that because that is a community. And I'm the same way, Steven. I do not like it's always you're exchanging war stories at the VA groups. It's, I was this rank in this unit, and at this time this war was worse. Like, it's this weird fucking pissing match that I don't want any part of. I don't like it. I don't. And like, then, like, because of California, what they've been siphoning money from the VA for years, and they're doing it in a big chunk again this year. They're shutting VAs down. I have a VA in my town. It's open 1 day a week, for the 1 hour group, and there's someone at the front desk, and that's it. And then the closest American Legion is 4 towns away, and there's a VFW 1 town away, but again, it's not really open. Yeah, if you look into the reparations bill they're passing, they're siphoning a lot of money from the VA. I'm not happy with it on principle or where they're taking the money from. I'm at about, so when I was a kid, like, when I look back, even with my fucked up childhood and all this shit, even when I look back in the early, mid, late 90s, I loved how America was. The VA's Veterans Affairs. It's to keep our veterans from unaliving themselves, but it doesn't really work well. I'm a big believer in the VA is not there to support veterans; it's there to keep them quiet. That's really it. But through the 90s, looking back at that period and what I remember, I loved America. 99% America #1. I loved America. Now I'm at 55-45. You know what I mean? See you later, Mag. Thanks for stopping in again. Thank you for pointing out my shiny head. But yeah, so it's just like it's getting bad, but like, from what I'm starting to hear from people who live in other countries and stuff, from streaming and getting to know people, is like, the world as a whole is just kind of falling apart. And it's sad. You're not safe outside, you're not safe at social media, like, you're not safe to have your own opinion. The world is deteriorating very quickly. Like, here, it's like we're so concerned with who gets to use what bathroom and what people identify as that, like, there's no focus on the fact that our school system's complete dog shit. We have a fucking 20% of Americans are hooked on fucking opiates. Another 15% also includes alcohol as well. So you're talking 35% of the population has a substance abuse issue. Suicide rates are really high. Like the top 2 killers in the country right now is self-deletion and drug overdose. But how many bathrooms the school has is much more important. Like you are correct. And it's just that's the social climate we're in. It's fucking insane. Like all anybody can hear can talk about is gender and color. That's it. And immigration, which I could see a little validity in immigration. Because it's the argument is, oh, that's services American people need. It's like, yeah, but we don't give American people the services that they need. So like even when immigration's at an all-time low and the border's more secure, there's still huge issues. Like, we have a fucking... Like, so think about it this way. China, massive, massive country. Huge country. 98% of their population can read and write. Comparatively, I'm actually going to Google this because I'm interested about it, what the population of China is. I know we're resting around 330 million. It fluctuates. We're actually declining in population. If you don't count immigration, we're going up if you count it. But we're not self-sustaining our own population anymore. Which is interesting. 1.412 billion people. And almost all of them can read and write. Huge population. 21% of adults in the United States are illiterate. 54% of adults have a literacy below 6th grade level. 21% of Americans 18 and older are illiterate. Like, how the fuck is that humanly possible? That shit doesn't make any fucking sense. And it's because we're not focusing on that shit. Like, let's implement some policies that affect everybody. Healthcare reform, education reform. Like, those things will affect everybody. It doesn't matter what you identify as, your skin color. It's across the board. This will affect every single person that lives here. And we're not doing it. The Western world is failing. Our government is not supposed to last this long. This government that we're using, the Free Republic, is only supposed to last 100 years. It's a transitional government. Like, it's fucking insane. And it's at a point now where, like, you have world history on your phone, and nobody will fact check anything. It's all whatever media told you was right is right. America's fucking falling apart, and even worse, we're leaching in our social problems in the United States are leaching into other countries. What's up, Anna Yuki? How you doing? How you doing? Like, nobody wants to focus on actual problems. Like, I think as a country, we should do the stuff that helps everybody across the board and then start fine-tuning some shit. But right now, we have, like, a ton of people living in poverty. We have a ton of homeless. We have a ton of drug addicts. We have a ton of alcoholics. We have a ton of people unaliving themselves because there's a mental health problem. And we're very uneducated for a first world country. Like, our education numbers are fucking trash. From Japan. Yeah, speaking of, that's like one of the countries with the highest education. Like Japan with the global ranking for like social structure and all that stuff and infrastructure and education, like Japan's way the fuck at the top of the list. Yep, like Americans still can't figure out that there's tax on their fucking Big Mac. I still see videos every now and again of, oh, your menu says it was $7.48. It's like, yes, the tax comes after we ring it up. Sorry you came in $7.50. It's $8.15. Like, it's
some of the shit, like I started looking into some of the laws that have been passed over the last couple of years, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? It's nuts. And like that's the big thing. A population of 330 million, and our federal government is 553 employees. We have literally 553 people making the decision for the entire country. And like I missed when it was put into place because the federal government is supposed to kind of be separate from the state one. So I missed the memo where the federal government makes the rules for the entire country. I thought for sure they were supposed to be handling foreign policy, trade, border security, things like that. They weren't supposed to be imposing laws on states. I missed that by a bunch. I don't know when that happened, but that's not how it's supposed to be. But yeah, the government we have right now is only supposed to be a transitional government. It's not supposed to be a forever thing. But how you doing, Anna? Anna? Is it Anna or Anna? Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like oh, see, that's the thing I was just about to say. Like you can type it in again, and so is it Anna? One or two? Anna, Anna. The founding fathers would be fucking disgusted. Thank you, Frosty. I appreciate you, man. And it was really good to see you again. I hope to see you more often. Okay, so it's Anna. So my girlfriend pronounces her name the same way, and it's with two N's. Little fun tidbit for you. But that's the thing. Like, immigration's a huge issue right now in the United States. An actual issue. Not like it was 15 years ago, where it was just this weird narrative people were saying. But like, there's immigration issues happening all over the world. Tons of countries are like, we need to like close our borders or something. Like, it's everybody's moving because the world's gone to shit. Like, with the exception of a few countries, I would assume Japan. There's not too many people like, oh, I want to go live somewhere else. Like, you're living in a pretty good spot. Sweden, I know the Scandinavian countries are kind of cool with it. Croatia, I don't know much about Croatia. Yeah, Sweden's having a huge problem with immigration. Oh yeah, you were telling me about it, Scandinavian, with the there's a lot of like Pakistani people coming. So yeah, it's just kind of the world as a whole is kind of doing some weird shit. Um, yeah, isn't it something like disproportionately bizarre? Like more than half the population is immigrants. Like I guess it's not a bad thing. Like America was supposed to be this great melting pot. That was supposed to be the thing where all the cultures came and we mixed and became one people. And no, that didn't happen. Wait, what? You moved there and it's so bad they don't have textbooks for learning Croatian. Damn. Iraqis and Syrians, fair enough. Yeah, you were telling me about that. Yeah. So I don't know. The world is just a scary fucking place, and it becomes less scary if you focus on smaller groups. Um, if you focus on just the family, your family. If you focus on only like if you focus on yourself to be well, and then outwardly to your family, and then to your community, it's easier. That's one of the big things because like especially California. California determines a lot of an election. Um, so California is this huge fucking state, and then you go to places like South Carolina, it's proportionately a lot smaller. So it's Californians trying to be like, well, we want this in California, so put it in South Carolina, and that doesn't work. That's the upsetness. I'm big into like, if the majority of your community wants something a certain way, that's the way it is. That's it. Like, majority does need to rule. I don't have anything against anybody. I can't pick a group of people I have an issue with. I got nothing. You know, it's the same thing. Like, the United States predominantly is big into being like, it was a big thing of like the savagery of the Middle East, right? That was the big narrative back in 2008 when I enlisted. The savagery, they're doing horrible things, all this stuff. You know, how they treat their women, they're not allowed in public, they can't have licenses, they have to have fucking male escorts to do things. And then you go there and the women are happy. Like, actually happy. They're not pretending to be happy, they're happy. All the things are happening to them, but if you look through it through American eyes, it seems evil. But if you look at it through their eyes, they love their husband loves them, they're taken care of, they have fun with their kids, they're happy. But if the US populace had their say in it, we would take all that away. We'd take away their customs, their traditions, we would remove all of it. Like, and it's just, like, who the fuck are we to say anything? The Western dream is gone. The Western dream died a long time ago. The potential to have it is still there, but it's so, like, that's the whole thing. Like, it's the pursuit of happiness, right? So you're allowed to pursue whatever you would like to pursue. Doesn't mean you're gonna get it. And I think that's the hang up on a lot of people, on a lot of Americans specifically. Like, just because you worked hard and you applied yourself and you did all the right things doesn't mean you're going to become successful. Like, you're not factoring in the fact that, like, you need some luck. Like, luck has to be part of that. You know, you got to meet the right people at the right time to be hyper successful. Like, luck is a huge part of it. Yeah, they invite you in for dinner, Traveler. I got invited in a bunch of times for food. And it turns out, like, that's where I learned that I loved fucking spicy food. I fucking love spicy food. That's where I learned it. And people, like, that didn't really have much, hey, you want to eat with us? And they were chill as fuck. So if all of society is focusing on the big picture, you're never going to be happy. It's just how it is. If you focus on just yourself, then your family unit, and then your direct community, not your state, not your county, your direct community, your neighbors, policemen, firemen, police officers, fire people, you're going to be happier. You'll be happier. You're in better control. Like a small town, you can go vote for policies in your town. Here in the States, you can go vote for any policy you want in the county you live in. If you look at just your town, you can actually, like, your vote actually does make a difference. So, like, the Western dream is happening in places like the Middle East, is what's going on. There's obviously, like, my legitimate opinion is, like, genocide is wrong. So if your dream is to genocide, I'm not cool with that. The world shouldn't be cool with it. If your leaders blatantly stating they're going to wipe out an entire group of people just because they're those people, you don't get to win. It's very cut and dry. Like, they're not doing anything. They're not like some fucking cannibals or anything. They're just fucking people living their own lives. You leave them alone. That's the other big one. Like, a lot of people think that, like, Iraq and Afghani veterans
were for the wars. I don't know about any of you, but like I don't know if Steve is still here, but the people I met were very much against the war. It turns out a lot of the people that fight the war end up being against the war. Like, it's just one of those weird things. Like, people like, so I've had people say horrible shit to me when they find out I'm a veteran. Most Iraq, especially specific to Iraq, are very much against what happened. No, I was there for 2 years. I'm very much against what happened. Didn't want to be there. And like, people are like, the last one that was thrown at me is like, oh, you don't have to follow unlawful orders. You can stand up and say no. It's like, just because you think it's morally wrong doesn't mean they're not following the rules of engagement. The UN, the Geneva Convention, there's been this place globally put in place rules of engagement in warfare. What we were doing in Iraq, per those rules, completely legal. You know, the whole you can stand up and say no. Like, if someone ordered me to stomp a kitten to death, I just say no. It's an unethical order. Very cut and dry. Like, and it's just like, oh, I don't believe in it, so it's against the law. Like, it's what? No, I don't think any countries are fully doing that. I think America is moving backwards in a lot of ways. That's one of the big arguments too. Like, if you hate America so much, go move to Venezuela, go move to Haiti. Like, it's the comparison. Like, I can understand the, like, just because it could be worse doesn't mean it's right. I get it, but like, you have to keep both perspectives in mind. You know, and that's it. A lot of war crimes happen in Iraq and Afghanistan. War crimes happen in every war. It doesn't mean there's some fucking 4-star general at the top be like, oh, you should piss on all the dead bodies. Like, that's not happening. Like, that shit did happen a lot over there. There was a lot of stuff that should never have happened. But those were individuals doing it. The individual is not responsible for the masses. Like, that does not compute. That's the same thing. Like, do racists exist in the United States? Yes, they do. It does not mean every American is racist. It doesn't mean America's racist. Those people just live here. And exactly, there's been, like, Darfur's had a genocide going on in it for like 30 something years now, 40 years. And like, they're saying like, there's people making the argument that there is a genocide happening in the United States right now. Like, what an aggressive fucking buzzword to use. Holy shit. It's just like some of the stuff. They're saying the trans community is describing it as a genocide against trans people. That is how it is being portrayed right now, currently. That there is a straight Holocaust against transgender people. I've not seen a gas chamber or a pile of burning bodies, or, you know, if anything, they're unaliving themselves in record numbers. It's self-inflicted deaths. So I don't quite know where the genocide is. Yeah, and like, that's what I talk about when the, like, it's an unhealthy, like, it's unhealthy to think all of society is going to conform to make you feel better. That's just not the case. Like I'm not. It's just it doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. Like, I am by full definition in the United States. I know it has different meanings somewhere else, but I'm poor. I am fucking well below the poverty line. I would love it if every American sent me $1. I'd be a fucking millionaire. It'd be great. But it's not realistic. It's not realistic. You know? I was very happy with the couple people who sent me money when I did not have money to buy food and I was able to eat. And awesome. Fucking love you. Thank you. You know, you got me through. It's focusing on finding a few, not the world. Like, I don't want everybody to understand me. I just want a couple people close to me too. That's it. Maybe 2. You know what I mean? Just, you know, if I could have 2 people that just understood me and accepted me, and I have that, and I'm cool with it. Yeah, that's what it boils down to. Like, you don't need the world to love you. Like, it's fucking insane to think you need the entire world to love you and accept you. They won't. It'll never happen, so you're going to be miserable your entire life. That's like the whole thing that that funny stuff about like guys of like we'll make 2 friends in high school and those are the friends we have for the rest of our life. Yep, that's what more do you need? Like I'm cool. Anna kind of understands me. We're working on it. I'm a hard person to understand because of how quick that terrain shifts. But we're communicating and working through it. And my friend Ryan understands me. That's all I need. That's it. I'm sick. I have mental illnesses that can be debilitating. Like I should probably be on disability because of them, but I refuse to do that. I'm not there yet. But I don't need the whole world to love and accept me over it. Exactly. People forget history. Like it's a lot of stuff. People forget world history. They forget, Americans don't know American history. Like I remember being taught it in like 7th grade. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate you very much for saying so. Very much. Thank you. But like I remember getting taught it in like 7th grade that overwhelming majority of the Irish population when they first moved here were traded into slavery and then indentured servitude was a thing. I remember reading and being taught about the Asian population that came here and was forced into indentured servitude and built the entire railroad. And were not treated very well. Like, and then we stopped. I remember reading about the Korean Wars, and anybody that looked anything like Asian had their houses and businesses burnt down and were beaten in the streets. Like we have all the history that shows what racism looks like. And that's not happening right now. Well, it is happening, but it's not white people doing it. Hydrate. That means I'm gonna kill this bottle. So it's like, I'm building up. I started being able to save a little bit each paycheck. Like that's good. I'm showering at least 3 times a week. I'm brushing my teeth a few times a week. I'm very well liked and respected at work by fellow staff members, my boss, the nurses, my supervisors, and the clients. Like, I'm fucking crushing ass out of a garage at my friend's house. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, the internment camps, like, all this stuff. Like, horrible things happen sometimes. And, like, those internment camps, an overwhelming portion of the population were in agreement with it. We were at war. Like, that shit happens. You know what I mean? Like, it's history. Now we know it's wrong. Like, look what happened after the 9/11 attacks. People in New York were grabbing random cab drivers and beating them to death in the street, and everybody was like, don't do that. Like, that's wrong. Like, we're not going to have another fucking World War II, you know what I mean? Like, we're not doing that. So it was very much like politicians and police officers were fucking deploying the National Guard and protecting people. They're like, we cannot do that. And like that's a direct lesson from the internment camps in World War II. They're like, no, we're not going to do that. They look like them. Leave them alone. Like that's the thank you, Moon. That's what history teaches you. That's the relevance of history. You don't get to go back. I'm Irish, right? I don't get to go back and demand reparations from England. I don't get to demand reparations from the United States government. I don't get to demand reparations from every fucking Scandinavian country on the face of this planet. I'm fucking American. I live in America. I'm a person in America. That's it. Like, and it is upsetting to me because they were trying to impose a straight white people tax in California. If you were white, your paycheck got hit with a different tax to pay restitution with. There's no slavery in my family tree. It doesn't exist there. It actually only exists as indentured servitude for my great grandfather. He was an indentured servant for about 35 years. So I don't know what people why I would pay with that for that. I don't understand it. And well, that's the thing. Like it wasn't even people from that demographic, but that's where the majority of them are operating out of. Traveler. And like I don't understand why they're making that okay. Or like that's the big thing. So like I lived on the street for about a month this past go around. Going days at a time without eating, like it was a struggle. I got some food stamps, they helped me out. But like my motivation was to get a job. Like that was it. I wanted to work. Like I was hungry and I wanted to work for my money, all this stuff. California as a whole incentivizes not working. It's literally like pump out some kids, get some extra money. Like they incentivize not working here. And like if someone came up to me and were like, "I'll give you a free ride for the rest of your life. Just fill out this paperwork," I'd sign it. Like it's crazy. No, and if you want more, it's dirty money. Free money is dirty money, and you want more. There's never enough dirty money. That's how like humans work. I remember some of my first YouTube shorts that I posted was I don't know what to do, I'm hungry, and people were like, "Hey, can I donate to you?" I set it up all the donation pages, and like even then I had a full belly and I wanted to be like, I want to tell people I'm hungry. Maybe they'll send me $20. And like I can just keep telling people I'm hungry and homeless and they'll keep sending me money. Like that was a thought process I had to actively fight in my head. And the conclusion was that makes me a bad person and a fucking liar, so I'm not going to do it. You know what I mean? Like that's why it says in my YouTube bio, if you look at it, say I am homeless, but I am employed. It you know, who doesn't want a little extra? It's 100% transparent. I work full time. But like financially I'm still kind of fucked. I'm not going to get my truck on the road anytime soon. I'm holding my head above water. I have people are also confused of like, well, you're homeless. I've had financial responsibility this whole time, even being homeless. My money didn't just go to me every time I got it. Like when I asked specifically for food, I bought food. I got some new boots, shit I needed, necessities for like survival. A sleeping bag from the thrift store because it was below freezing and I would have froze to death if I did not get it, like stuff like that. But I've had consistent bills and needed to support other people other than myself since 2015. Yeah, everybody wants to say that they're not greedy, but everybody's greedy. You want more. That's what wars are. That's what a lot of things is. You want more. It's nature we take for survival. Like that's why it's funny looking back into like the 16 and 1700s that the ideal wife was very large. She was a big old lady, and it was a in your head of, well, if they're that big, they eat well, they're taken care of, like they're resource rich. That's the person I want to marry. You would have cried, but just a little bit, because I could have bought such a good book with that. Wait, what? What do you? Oh, you sell art? That's cool. What kind of art? I don't know what that comment means. Moon. But yeah, people grow corrupt super easy. It's human nature. You get corrupt. That's the whole thing. Like, if you're worth $100 billion, right? So you're a multi-billionaire. You have so much money. It's insane. What's your next step? Because clearly you're very motivated. You're very ambitious. You have all those things. Once you hit the pinnacle of wealth, what's next? Politics. It's always politics. Like, it was like, people couldn't be that surprised. Someone like Trump would be like, I'm gonna run for president just to see if I can. Like, it's the next conquest. It's greed. It's power. Like, it's all greed motivated. Oh yeah, I gotcha. But yeah, it's instinct. So when I was full homeless and not working, I was the treasurer at 2 of my 12-step recovery meetings. Right? How you doing, SJM? How you been? How are you doing today? Words are tough. I was responsible for paying the rent of the meeting. The seventh tradition is self-supporting, so that's the basket they pass around at 12-step meetings. You put your dollar in or whatever. I was responsible for all that accounting and holding the money and paying rent on time, and I had all the money for a meeting. You bet your ass I thought about borrowing $10 here, $5 here, and, like, when I get the money back, I'll repay it. And I'm very, very big into, you're allowed to have whatever thoughts you want, but your actions have to be correct. So I would sit there and be looking at that fucking envelope of money and be like, can't. It's not. It costs nothing to hold your integrity. If I felt like I was actually going to starve to death, maybe a different situation. But my belly's grumbling because I haven't eaten for 20 hours, not good enough. Not good, not bad, kind of neutral. To be fair, those are kind of days I strive for, man. I want the neutral days. Those are usually my goals. Yeah, it's easy. It's easy to say you're not a greedy person when you're not in position to be greedy. That's the thing. Like, with the whole having the treasury envelope, I was in a position to be greedy. People sending me money so I could eat, I was in a position to be greedy. If I'm making a lot of money and everything's fine, I'm not in a position to be greedy. I don't need to be. You know what I mean? I'm doing very well. I'm actually doing very well. I feel like I'm doing good. I am at 4.5 hours streaming, so unfortunately you came in when I'm wrapping it up, because I try to keep my streams between 4 and 5 hours for my own sanity, because this is an incredibly long time to be engaged in conversation and keeping track of multiple conversations. And so I am actually going to wrap it up. Both YouTube and Twitch, there's a few of you here. If you ever need to talk, this is a mental health Discord. It's for mental health. It's not for politics. It's not for any of that shit. Sometimes there's a little overlap because we're people, but it's for mental health. You need a place to talk. You want to get a hold of me, ask me a question. Need a friend or whatever. Like, this is the place to be, and everybody's welcome. You can invite people to it. It's kind of a no hold barred thing. I think we did very well. It was predominantly me, and we have 2 community members, Wimmy and, oh shit, I'm forgetting her name, Michaela. They put those 2 put a lot of input into how we should function things, and they're our admins. One of them has had to step away to deal with their own mental health stuff, and then my fiance, she's the one that found all the coping mechanisms, the stuff on grief, structured our intro. Like, it was a joint effort. I would say me and her put a combined probably 200 hours into that to make it look smooth, because I had to learn how to build a Discord, and then we had input and votes and all that stuff. I will be live again probably in, I don't know, whenever I wake up, 7, 8, 9 hours.
something like that.
But I hope to see you there, and it was good talking to everybody. And it was wonderful stream. I actually really missed just sitting here chatting. So I'm definitely going to do this more because it's I like it. So I hope everybody has a wonderful day or night, and I'll talk to you soon. Anna, it was very nice meeting you. And I hope I catch you in a live down the road. Very much. I'd like to hear some input on things from Japan because, like, I know a little bit. I know a little bit about Japan, and my son-in-law has told me some stuff. He was stationed there for about 2 years, and I went there for like 3 days, but I was kind of drunk. But I would love to hear some input from really just a drastically different culture than the United States. It's very, very different. But it's centered around core values. So like there's still a honor mentality and a respect thing, and like we don't really have too much of that here anymore. So it'd be cool to kind of hear your perspective down the road. Absolutely, Moon. I'll catch you later. Bye bye, Traveler. Bye. Everybody else who may or may not be